the back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Joey. So great to see you all.
Hello.
Hi,
Good
Heifer.
afternoon.
It's been
How you
too
doing?
long.
How you doing? Now,
Yeah, it's been
we're-
about 12 hours.
we yeah, it's
Indeed it
been a
was.
while. Joey was here probably until what? 3? 2?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, because after we got done about 1:40ish, Chris Prudon wanted me to do some things in the little tower rack room, just return things back to normal. Stibbs was here for a little bit.
He
yesterday.
was.
Wow.
was-
look
he
at
was,
look at Stibbs being here for, I mean, something we didn't end up doing anyway, but
Correct.
Poor Stibbs. Yeah, he wasted his
We
time.
made it
Stibbs,
work.
your work was meaningless. Thanks.
yeah, but
How is that any different than his previous
I think he
work?
did take some Crusher home with him. So
Yeah,
He
yeah,
did.
but I
He
did-
stole our beer.
Well, I invited him
Well,
too. I said
he
you
took
should.
some stuff.
He took some
He
other
took
stuff
some
too.
stuff.
Yeah, he took some prizes. Zone
Some
prizes.
prizes.
What is he still have the key to the prize closet?
I guess he still remembers the code.
Oh, my-
It's the same code. This is like Bill
It's definitely
Connley
the
using,
Wow.
same code.
using the same
Stibbs-
signals.
Stibbs is pilfering from us.
Wow,
He's
interesting.
he's a thief.
He was
Hmm.
considering stealing bobbleheads off my desk, and I can't confirm whether he did or didn't. I have no idea.
I can't imagine that he would because none of them are, Mariners.
Well, I once had a
Broncos.
Edgar Martinez one, and he was like, "Can I have that?" And I said, "Sure."
May I have
I think
that,
we traded
please?
something. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I gave him an Edgar Martinez bobblehead.
Wow.
Anyway, how's your guys' day been today?
How long already?
Pretty sleepy.
Yeah.
Tired
You guys might have it worse than we did.
because we still have to do the show till 6.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'd much
I-
rather have done everything on the front end than the back end.
Yeah.
That's
Here
what
for
I figured.
13
Because
That's-
we still had to do the front end stuff.
That's
Right.
why I'm here right now. Like
Yeah.
it's pain, but my pain is about to end.
Yeah. And now your weekend begins, and
Yeah.
ours is still another.
The-
4
Well,
days.
my weekend will begin tomorrow. I'm out of commission tonight.
Yeah.
I'm done.
The biggest issue,
I'll
honestly,
probably watch the Buffs.
with the whole situation is that there was a morning show that was going to happen regardless today at 6, right above my head.
Yep.
That was the hardest part of the whole shebang.
Yeah.
They were a little less noisy today.
They were.
Than they
It
were
wasn't as loud
yesterday.
as yesterday.
Wow, I noticed him more this morning than I did.
Really? I thought you were
yesterday.
sleeping through it
No
because you were
DoorDash
being a little
visit?
snore boy this morning. I was like,
No.
man, John's still crashing.
Snore boy. Snorlax John.
Yeah, it
Uh-huh.
must have been. man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was out,
Yeah.
but I did hear them.
Oh, yeah.
I
I heard
felt
you
bad
stomping. Stomp.
Yeah,
stomp.
because I went up the stairs at like 4 because I had to pee, and I was like, "Damn, John and
That's
Josh probably heard that."
You
Because
could have
those
peed in
stairs.
our room.
No,
I mean, in the bathroom.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I didn't want to go into
Clarify.
your room. I don't know.
Clarify.
Yeah, he was going to shower in there, and then he didn't shower in there.
No, I face showered. I still have yesterday all over my body.
So,
Oh,
there's a term for a particular type of a bath that they used to say about that some women would take. You ever heard of this term?
no.
Nobody knows.
Some women. What do you mean?
I don't
What kind of women?
So this is what they would call. I'm trying to lead this into a different area, but so there's this thing called a whore's bath. Have you ever heard about this?
I guess, yeah.
You wash your kibbles and bits. Is there like a businessman's bath, and is that what you took this morning?
I just like. This is probably overly revealing about myself, but like I don't think about showers to get like clean. Really, I think about showers to wake up.
Really?
I need a shower to wake up in the morning.
Huh.
And
That's wild.
I get clean in the process, obviously, which is great. But
I don't shower like until like 3 or 4 hours after I've been awake.
wow.
Because I don't shower until after I run.
I don't consider my day to have started without a shower.
Really?
Yeah. It's like,
Interesting.
yeah.
It's pretty reasonable.
Maybe there will be a day like on a Saturday or Sunday where I won't take a shower until like 11 or something like that. But that's when my day starts.
Everything else
Everything
before
else
that
doesn't
is-
count.
So in other words, your day hasn't started yet.
Wow.
Correct.
This is like no
Wow.
series
Good
doesn't
morning.
begin until the road team wins.
So that must have been.
Yes.
I mean, that must have been a really
Series never
bad show
started.
today. Yeah, I'm sorry, my day hasn't started yet.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
don't
here.
talk to me until I've had my shower.
I'm only here.
Paul wants to know, why could I not listen to the game on the radio yesterday?
On 1620 The Zone?
Well,
Yeah.
we weren't airing it
But
on
he-
1620.
Well,
The
he
Zone.
mentions one of our competitors. They don't have them anymore.
No.
They're not on that station.
You'll have to
anymore.
look for yourself.
Yep, we're
Yeah.
not going to tell you where to find it.
Yeah,
Do some research.
Nice.
it's not on our station, and it's
And it
not
never
on
will be.
that station, and it's not on the station that it used to be on before that.
Mm-hmm.
It's on a totally different station that it's never been on before.
But it was on because I had a friend who listened to it last night, and he was texting me some takes.
I heard a couple of highlights, but
Yeah, John was playing the highlights at full blast in the press box last night.
John, that was a working press box.
I was not playing it at full blast.
The moving walkway is now ending.
Yeah, so the press box announcer at Arrowhead Stadium has a very calm, soothing, neutral voice that is very reminiscent of the announcements that you get in the airport, like,
Please proceed to the baggage claim.
make sure you check in your area before you leave and that you don't leave anything behind.
That's good, John.
We have lost and founds located on the concourse terminals A, B, and F.
We were
should have
convinced that
from Matt.
we thought he was AI. We thought it was possible that
I
he
did
was
it.
AI. Emmett Johnson is the ball carrier.
And the thing that was
again
the thing
and
that-
again
Yeah,
and
yeah.
again.
the thing that kind of surprised me, and I wonder if it's an NFL thing, because I've never experienced this before. When there's a replay review, and of course we had a replay review on the catch fumble by Cincinnati at the end of the first half, and
God, that was stupid.
That was
The-
so dumb.
the replay has been overturned. Nebraska first down at the Cincinnati 17. So we got that
They
announcement.
told
in the
us, and
press
they
box.
didn't know on the field.
And
Yeah.
and I thought that was, for some reason in my mind, it was, oh, everyone knows. And then like 35 seconds later, the players are all jumping up and down on
Yeah.
the field. Like, oh, they just announced it to them.
It was great. Felt like we were in on the joke.
We got the breaking news.
Mm-hmm.
We could have all tweeted it out. And then people in the stand were like, what?
What if the interior PA was like, this information is embargoed.
For the next 43 seconds.
Don't tell the players for another 18
Oh,
seconds.
wow.
We're about to tell them.
Uh-huh.
It's a fumble.
And Nebraska had the ball, and they scored a touchdown.
They did.
To go
I mean-
by 10.
And it was clearly a fumble. But even if it wasn't, replay should have given the ball to Nebraska just simply to punish Cincinnati for absolute stupidity.
John hates idiocy.
I told Happer, I said that to him. I go, one of my favorite things about John is no matter who makes a mistake, he just rips into him so much, even if
I
it helps
hate
his team.
I hate stupid football or
Like,
stupid. I hate it
John
when
could be
people are
watching
just dumb.
A Rams game where the opposing team does something stupid. He's like, these idiots, what are they doing right now? Even though the Rams are now winning because of it. You just don't like it.
But it is so dumb. I mean, we the funny thing is we always expect that football coaches know more about football than we do.
Sure.
But in in the X's and O's, in talent evaluation, usually all of those things, but in like just common sense, sometimes coaches just get so hyper-brained that
Hyperbrain.
they have no clue what they're doing, and it's like, I need to call a pass play here because I'm a coach and that's what I do. And I mean, I was stunned when he dropped back.
Yeah, you're on fumes. Go into half. Just go into half.
Seriously.
It was
Sit on it.
It was and who knows? I mean, obviously it helped Nebraska get an extra 7 points. Who knows what would have happened?
Completely changed the game, though.
But yeah, it absolutely
Completely
did.
flipped the game in that moment in time.
It absolutely did.
If only they would have scored to start the third quarter.
It blows my mind to go to what John's saying. It blows my mind that you will have coaches that at the end of a half, when you know you're not going to score, you know you're not going to move down, just take a knee. But they don't. They decide to run the ball, and sometimes it results in injuries. And like last night, it results in a pass that turns into a fumble. Yeah, I can't believe it.
Maybe they're thinking, well, maybe the other team will screw
That's
up.
what they're definitely hoping for. What if he breaks free for 40 yards and then we're in field goal range?
Yeah.
But most of the time that doesn't happen.
We're just going to half-ass it. We're going to like barely try
And in a
and
game you
hope
lost
we
by
get
3,
lucky. Yeah.
Those 7 points were very valuable.
But especially when everything up to that point had been, we're not moving the ball very well.
Correct.
It's not like this was a team playing with like an ultimate, like a super level of confidence. Like, man, we can get 7 yards anytime we need 7 yards. Cincinnati wasn't getting nothing.
Diddly poo.
And they just decided, it was a YOLO call, not a YOLO ball. It was a YOLO call.
YOLO call.
So,
wow. Jason says that the announcers on TV tried saying it wasn't a catch.
Yeah, I was listening in the
Really?
studio yesterday. They had Matt Austin on, and he was saying there was not enough to overturn that.
Who's Matt Austin?
He's
ESPN's
their
rule expert.
their
He took
And-
multiple
and-
steps and turned his body.
Yeah, that's what I saw. And
It looked
him
live.
and Mark and Roddy Jones were agreeing with him that there was not enough,
Oh my
even though it was shown on the replay.
Well, live to me in real
Yeah,
time,
we
I
thought
thought,
it was a fumble.
oh, he's a fumble.
Yeah.
Everybody's so slow-mo pilled.
Oh yeah,
They don't
Even
know.
slow-mo, it looked like a fumble because it was.
It was
they did
obvious.
agree that touchdown by Nebraska was a catch. So
Yeah, that one, I thought both
There-
of those were pretty open and shut for me.
Yeah. And then
honestly,
the
that one was-
sideline out of bounds kickoff play. Nobody understands that rule.
See, that's when that was
Triggered.
the moment when Josh and I went down to the field with Prudon, and so we walked out of the tunnel right as like a bunch of boos are raining down, and I looked up and I saw the end of it, and I think I asked you when I got upstairs. I was like, "So did anything weird happen, or are people booing because they don't understand the rule?" And it was the latter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's and I mean that's
It's
and
great situational
I'll be
awareness.
honest with you, until a few years ago, I didn't realize that was the rule. But you know,
I've seen it in practice in the NFL several times.
right, and that's what you should be taught to do. It's if you're close to the sideline, and some might say, well, it's a dumb rule, and I don't think it is, because pretend that the kick returner decides, oh, this thing's going to bounce out of bounds, so he lets it go. Well, if it takes a wrong turn, so the sideline he's kind of protected from. I mean, the receiving team is being protected from those moments. I didn't have a problem with the rule at all. I think it's a good rule.
It's weird, but it makes sense
Sure.
when you explain it that way.
Sure. I mean, if the kickoff wasn't a free kick, in other words, if you let it bounce and the other team and the kicking team recovers, if it would be like a punt where it's dead, then yeah, the rule doesn't make much sense, but it's a live ball.
Right.
So,
It is a live ball.
Special teams.
special team.
Special teams.
Football. It made some field goals.
A 50-something yarder.
It was cool.
Mhm.
Right out of the gates.
Nice.
Getting a little 52-yarder in there.
What grade would you give the special teams last night?
I don't know. It was fine. Like B.
B?
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Everybody's saying A plus 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 plus
That's-
plus.
that's
Well,
not
again,
minus.
we're grading on a curve.
We
It-
are.
They didn't look like a bunch of boom bimbos.
We're grading on way too much of a
boom bim
Nebraska
Boom
won because they
bimbos.
made their kicks.
way too much of a curve.
Yeah.
They're fine. Everything was fine.
Honestly, the kickoff return was the biggest disappointment. That and
Yeah.
I guess punt returns were nothing.
when he took it out to the 20 and
happened multiple times
Yeah.
that they just gave up free yards. Yeah. But
they'll
otherwise,
give it to you at the 25.
I came
Yeah.
away impressed with Archie and obviously making a 50-something yarder.
Archie.
It's going to be really nice.
Oh,
Didn't see many issues with the snaps.
Oh, look at that goal.
Yeah. There's a football game on this channel in 2 hours and 51
Army
minutes.
and Tarleton State.
So I figured, why not just turn it there now?
Already?
Yeah,
It-
5 o'clock.
Well, there's soccer. I mean, we got live
Wait,
sports.
who's playing?
Lay and Burr.
Army
no,
and
no.
Tarleton
Oh.
State.
Army and Tarleton. State.
Our Army, Happer. Salute.
Yeah, I'm aware
5
of the
p.m.
Army.
kickoff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tarleton.
They're an FCS school.
Cool. All right, and you're going to watch it?
It's
At 5
football.
o'clock? Yeah. Yeah. It'll be on in the studio.
No, that's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. I,
No, I don't know what
I
I'm-
have no jokes to make. I have no jokes.
I don't know what I'm going to watch tonight. Like, I am going to get home and I think I'm going to lay on my couch and put a blanket over my body.
Oh,
and then
no,
See what
you're
What
happens.
will
gonna
you do
miss
with all your
football?
TVs?
They'll be on, but then my eyes will probably just close.
You should have seen Josh
Wow.
Odson in the car. My mans cannot be awake for 1 minute.
Meanwhile, John and I listened to the Zone the entire time. And
Yeah.
we were having conversations about things.
Yeah, we were listening
Yelling
to the
at traffic, idiot cars.
Oh,
I don't think
some
I
people are
don't
so
think I
dumb.
said
can
more
relate.
than 8 words to Josh on the way back
Wow.
today. I would have loved to talk to him.
Yeah.
He died.
He
fell,
died.
That'll be me on the couch
What'd
tonight.
you do with his body?
fell asleep. I delivered it here, and then I
And then it regenerated.
and I weekend Bernie's produced the show.
Mm. I loved how at some point
and
on
he
your
was like that on the way down too.
He was he dozed off less on the way down, but
He
like
sounds
the
like my brother.
total sleep time was less on the way down, but it was still about a third
We
of the trip.
we definitely talked more on the way down.
Yeah, it was
Because
a
we
little more
weren't so
quiet.
tired,
We were-
yeah.
we were- well, and
We were listening
and
to shows this morning.
We were listening to our friends from 1620 The Zone
Many friends.
Yeah.
and trying to understand verse through all the static on his phone.
And
Yeah.
profanities
Terrible
that had
phone.
to get dro-
Verse, great pizza, terrible phone.
It is a rough phone.
Such an adventure that
Yeah.
time of the day.
Yeah,
It is indeed.
yeah.
I liked, Happer, how you acknowledged on your show today, because people were being very critical of your tone in discussing
Tone?
Nebraska football. And you were like,
Yeah,
look,
did they think I'm too happy or sad?
no, they think that you were too sad about Nebraska football. And you were like, look, I'm just tired.
yeah, it's
Just be ready. John and I are also
but
tired.
I'm not like I'm not happy. I'm kind of. It was a disappointing game. It was a bad watch last night.
It was sad. The off season's better than the real.
no. That was a tough
John,
watch. That was
John.
not a fun game.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough watch. We were getting texts from Farron during the game, and
he was ripping on it.
Oh, he was ripping on it big time. Let's see what are the ones we can read.
Because I said, Farron, this is a pitcher's duel.
yeah, you
Farron,
did.
go watch a Pirates and Cardinals game.
There you
That'll
go.
be more exciting.
Here we go. Farron, Josh, and he's sending it to me and Josh. Josh, I never want you to complain about baseball again. This is one of the most tedious sporting events I've seen, and I was at this game. And then he sends the link to the 2018 Cheez-It Bowl.
That game was terrible.
And
I
the
remember this
2018
game.
Cheez-It Bowl was a 10-7 win by TCU over Cal.
That game sucked.
in Arizona.
Was that like
Whoa.
the 7 turnover game or 8? I just remember that bowl game had so
the
many.
fact that this has its own wiki page is kind of impressive, to be honest with you. Anyway, then later, Josh laughed at Farron's tweet, and then Josh said, "This is like a pitcher's duel in baseball."
Yeah, Farron. That's a baseball
I
thing.
said the copious TV timeouts aren't helping.
Oh my gosh, they were so long last night.
A scoreless soccer tie is more exciting, says Farron.
Wow. Oh, never mind. It's 1-0.
It was a tough watch. Tough
Yeah.
hang.
Yeah.
Farron said they should start using a play clock in football. It will speed the game up. Work for baseball.
If only I could find the play clock on the scoreboard.
Oh, that was terrible.
Triggered.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I don't know about you guys. There is a very tiny baby clock that's in the end zone.
Yeah, on both end
Yes.
zones. Yeah.
And that was the only one, because it's the only one that stood out, even though it was small. And then I'm looking and I'm like, oh, where's the score? And I'm looking around and it's
Did
like,
you finally notice it on the ribbon
it
board?
was on
But
the ribbon board.
you
but
couldn't
blended
see
in.
it.
Yes,
Yes.
it all blended in.
Yeah, they did
It
a
looked like it
bad
was an
job.
advertisement.
They did a bad job on their Canva. Got to put some outlines on that scoreboard.
And are those not the tiniest video boards
They're very tiny.
you've ever seen?
Tiny video
like-
boards for a tiny football team.
Chiefs, you've won 3 Super Bowls in the last 6 years.
it's a-
You should have enough money to buy
Bill-
good
They are
video
very
boards.
No.
hesitant to do anything with that stadium.
I think
Golden
it's a
News-
good sized video board. There was just nothing on it except for fans.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't
There
have
was
stats.
no information on there.
No stats.
They didn't put
No,
any
they
information
didn't.
on there the entire game.
I had to just keep asking Happer questions because he had the stats monitor open. How many yards per attempt does he have?
I had to look at the stats monitor to look at the score.
Yes.
What's the score?
I'm not sure what the score is right now. How much time's left? I mean,
Why don't you
trying
just tell me
to
what
see
you
how
want the
many
score to be?
timeouts were left. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was
Not
yeah.
great.
not particularly fan friendly, that old place. I mean, maybe this is the Chiefs' way of, running it down so that they have to move to Kansas. I don't know.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Also, one of the things we noticed, I don't know if you did too, John. So when Happer and I are leaving and we're walking out, we're listening for the noises of the crowd. We could barely hear anything. It was doing a good job of trapping all the sound until the interception.
So the interception.
Yeah.
We knew when that happened that Nebraska.
We were
was
at
gonna
Joe
win.
Mama's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So maybe it was just quieter than I guess I would have expected because that noise was loud.
Well, I don't know about you guys when you walked out, because you walked out about 5 minutes before Gary and I did.
Nebraska was trying to like salt it away. They got a couple first downs
and then Dylan got
and
sacked.
then gave it back. Yeah.
Right, but the amount of people leaving the stadium
John.
Yeah.
when Cincinnati
Senseless.
started the last drive, I'm like, this game is literally on the line. You have seen this team blow these games before.
And you've also watched the car crash that has happened in the 50 plus minutes prior to this.
Right.
Why don't you just watch and see if you get a payoff?
Right.
At least a little bit at the end of the game. We commented on the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
people were walking. I was like, you wait.
You're leaving.
You're not gonna. You're not really gonna get home that by the
No,
that late at
traffic
night.
sucked.
It doesn't matter if you're getting home at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. It's all pretty much the same at that point.
That didn't make any sense to us.
You
either.
wait for football season to return for 8 months, and then you leave a one-score game early. I will never understand.
Yeah.
I had to leave because I had to do a radio
we
show.
were going down to the RV to do setup for the show.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that kind of surprised me, when seeing all those folks out there. I mean, other than that, it was a good press setup, man. The candy selection was awesome.
Dude, I ate
The only thing,
so many Skittles.
the only thing,
And then I inhaled a bunch of exhaust, and I wanted to throw up at Big Red Overreaction. It was I was close. I was close.
That was nasty.
I
Disgusting.
must have hung around enough diesel vehicles when I was younger that
It reminded you of the old days.
It reminded me of Sap Brothers. It was like, oh, I can handle this.
But what if you ate an entire cup of Skittles before that?
See, I didn't. I had mine much earlier.
I saw people get candy because the cup was about 3 inches.
Yeah,
and
I filled up the cup.
Most people are doing like 1.5 inches to 2. You had it all the
full.
way to the top.
I turned the knob 3 times. Dispensed whatever it dispensed.
So they had M&Ms, they had Reese's Pieces, they had
yep.
Skittles, they had gummy bears, and I
Oh,
think
my
there was
goodness.
one other. But the mistake I made was, Skittles, a couple, little layer of Skittles, and then Reese's Pieces.
oh no.
Oh,
problem-
John, they
Oh,
got
no.
mixed together.
Exactly, and there was
Oh.
there was one bite I took where it was one Reese's, one Skittle. Didn't go so well.
Oh, no.
So then I spent the rest of the time
You
looking
love
in the cup
sweet and savory.
because like the purple Skittles and the black Reese's Pieces are close enough that you have to kind of look at it. The only real discernible difference is the Skittles are a little bit fatter.
Yes,
than
they
the
are.
Reese's Pieces.
They're like an old
So
school football.
I was very judicious and is this
Like
one a Reese's
1890.
Pieces? Okay,
Footballs
I
are
could
too
have that.
long now.
Remember
Yeah.
the footballs in the 1800s?
I do,
They
yeah.
were really big.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a Skittle.
And when you're like taking a bite of something and you're expecting Skittles, but you get Reese's, that's a bad
Dude.
experience.
It's like when you think you do that with pop. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
think it's water and it's Sprite.
It's like
or
when I'm
vice versa.
expecting air and I get exhaust fumes.
How about this conspiracy theory from listener Cody?
Oh, nice conspiracy.
I
theory.
still believe Mr. Yogurt is going to announce all Husker home games in 27 and 28 will be at Arrowhead. He's saying this is the future home site for Nebraska football when they tear down Memorial Stadium and rebuild. I guess I'm implying
Wow.
the latter.
I don't think that that's going to happen.
No.
There's some people that
can't
thought
see
this was like a soft launch for moving away from Memorial Stadium while they renovate. I'm serious. I've heard this like from multiple people now. This is where they would play.
I
like
see.
to take it while they rebuild.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you,
You could do worse.
you could do worse, and I mean,
Whoa.
depending on how
Platte City
extravagant,
QT would be unbelievable.
you know what they would do?
They'd be plated in gold.
Platte City QT would turn into a Buc-ee's. They would add on to it. They'd be like, we must be big. We've got to handle these thousands of people.
They would have to build a new building just to accommodate.
I mean,
the
they'll
people
probably
going
take
out.
out the Taco Bell across the street, the Burger King, the Waffle House. So they're just going to buy all that land and it's going to be
Just build,
all,
build a little
it's gonna be-
walkway across the
it's
interstate.
going to be mega QT.
You know, when the Bears renovated Soldier Field, they played in Champaign, and Champagne's like 2+
Yeah.
out. It's like
Yeah,
2.5. I mean, it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, the difference is it's in the same state, whereas this is in famously Missouri.
Could you imagine though that traffic jam both ways every weekend? I mean,
I would never go.
there's only one. There's one real way there, and then there's two actually. Like you could take 75 if you want to, which many people did
I
both
wonder
today and yesterday.
I wonder if anyone chose the all dirt route option.
I
Dirt
wonder.
roads.
It might have been better. It might have been better than. I mean, every person I talked to said it took 5+ hours,
which is incredible.
Crazy.
yesterday.
Yeah, that's almost double the normal length.
So gross.
And yeah, you just no. So glad when we did this, we left when we did.
Yeah,
But
we left on
every-
the good time both sides
Yeah.
of the trip.
You did that every weekend, though. I mean, or 6 times a year, or 7 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
For 2
Yeah.
years.
whoa.
It'd be a lot. Think they could fill it up every weekend?
About 50.
Really? You don't think they would? Well, it depends on the game. Obviously, this one.
Well, like
I mean,
what? Let's say Houston
like an
Christian.
No, they won't fill that one.
Yeah, that one would have some empty seats.
A lot of it.
Like, what if Nebraska was 3-4 and they were hosting Northwestern?
Yeah, that'd be tough.
That
How many
too.
people would go?
That too.
That's a great point. Yeah, if they started losing,
Because it's one thing to go to Lincoln out of obligation, but that's because it's Lincoln.
Mhm.
It's another thing if, and especially, adding at least another hour or 2 to your drive, depending on where you're driving from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you're from Omaha, you're tripling your drive time to go watch a 3-4 football team.
And it's a different crowd that travels to those games too.
Yeah.
Many people have noted that, and they're right.
Oh yeah,
and
for sure.
they are not the people who are like, I need to be at every game and wear my red
Correct.
shirt
They-
every game.
They want to go to the event games.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
Well, that's all right. They're not renovating the stadium.
Nope,
anytime
don't
soon.
worry. Have
Yep.
no fear.
Played at the Chuck Box. There you go.
Played at the Chuck Box.
Baseball.
Wow. What would the alignment be? Home
Night-
plate to the outfield?
Nighthawks alignment.
Yeah.
Oh, that is the worst alignment. You just have all that extra grass.
Well,
they
you're
put
always
some-
going to have a lot of extra grass.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It's a
Put some
baseball stadium.
bleachers in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. What else would you do?
Morrison.
Whoa.
Talk about intimate. Handshake meme, Creighton, Nebraska handshake meme.
Wow.
Yeah.
They come together.
The ultimate J-Sker experience.
It really would be. It really would be.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be a good option.
Yeah, I don't think Creighton would allow it.
No.
They would say, no, get off of our
Because Morrison only
property."
sees like what, 4,000?
5,000 people.
Oh, is it
Yeah, it'd be
5?
very tiny.
I don't think you should do that.
Very tiny.
No.
Yeah, we
Well,
don't have one of those-
Seacrest. It'd have to be Seacrest.
Yeah, we don't have one of those big ass high school stadiums in Nebraska.
Nope.
That could even do like 30,000.
I mean, the next largest football stadium in the state's probably
UNK.
Kearney. Yeah.
See, if you're going to go 2 hours, why not just go 3 to Arrowhead, right?
Is
Well,
there
yeah,
is there a venue in this state that holds over what Chuck Box does until you get to Memorial Stadium?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Chuck Box it is.
I guess so. That'd be cool for us.
It would be.
I live in Omaha,
Yes.
famously.
That'd be really cool.
John would
actually.
say, "Rats, this is bad for me."
Lincoln moved to Omaha. This is awesome.
Be tough for you doing the pregame show. 1620 the pregame, you'd be like, "Rats."
Yeah.
We're back at the baseball village.
Oh, no.
John
nice.
has to actually go.
Oh,
You could use one of
finally.
those radio boosts to do big red overreaction.
About damn time, John, that you stopped by. About damn time.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
John would find his way to broadcast the game and not go to the baseball village for the football game.
Why must I do this?
Jeff says, just do Northwestern and put up some bleachers by Branches Oak, LOL. What's Branches?
Branched
Oak?
Branched Oak.
What's Branched Oak?
That's a lake north of Lincoln.
Oh, sounds great to me.
Recreation area.
Play a football game on a lake?
Well, that's what Northwestern does.
Oh, like next to the lake.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about on the lake.
Mm.
We
That'd be
lived in the
interesting.
tundra.
Has Northwestern not sold out some of the games there in their tiny baby?
No, they've sold them out, and they're like expensive because it's like an event.
Are they playing Oregon in that stadium?
Yes, they are.
Oh
in
my
week
goodness.
3, I think.
Yeah, big
People-
Noon Fox.
Yeah.
Love exclusivity.
I was
Yeah.
there last year. I will be there next Friday. It is a wild place. I mean, it's just so weird. You're so close to a college football game, even up in the press.
I heard they
boxes.
added like
Oh, was it bigger this year?
it's not. They added like
Yes,
a couple
lawn
amenities.
chairs.
They added like a couple amenities.
Oh,
There's
fun.
like suites,
Bathrooms.
but they're just like cubes.
Dude, the bathroom was so far away, John. like for where I
Oh,
was.
really?
You had to go because you had to just leave the scaffolding area and go all the way down.
Wow.
It was wild too. Behind
So it's
us,
kind of like being in South Stadium.
honestly,
Wow.
not a bad comp. Behind us, there was a lacrosse match game, whatever they call it, going on, like on there
During the football game.
like right before it.
oh,
And there was like
wow.
10 people at that. It was weird. One of the more weird days of my media life. And I'll get to do it again in a week.
Who they playing?
Western Illinois.
Oh,
Big-
the Leathernecks.
Big time matchup.
Got Illinois tonight.
Huge matchup.
And in 2 weeks, I get to see your favorite team, Indiana.
Oh, who do they play?
Indiana.
They play Indiana State. Tough matchup.
You got to
in the
remember.
non-con.
Yeah.
Real tough. Sigs, baby.
Sigs, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Give me a break. Who do they play this weekend?
Indiana?
Yeah.
Got Old Dominion.
Is that who it is?
I think
was
it's
gonna
Old
say
Dominion.
It's some sort of a
It's
Joey.
some
Old
tin
Dominion
can.
tomorrow at 1:30.
All right, is it on television?
Yeah, it's
FS1,
on.
I think.
Oh, is it really, Joey?
I think FS1.
figured it'd be on BTN. Joey is right.
Unbelievable.
1:30. That's a weird kickoff.
All right, I'll check that
Are you
one
gonna
out.
watch that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'd like to check in.
Nice.
I'll
See what's
get my
going on
Old
with
Dominion
Indiana.
That'll be
hat
on
on.
the small TV.
Get your Old Dominion hat
I hope they lose every game.
on.
I hate them.
Well, you survived it.
Yep.
We-
End of watch.
We'll find out. We'll find out how we do in the next 3.5 hours.
You guys are going to do great.
No.
But you prepped.
Well, I was driving for 3 hours.
You all prepped. You prepped.
I
together?
read some stuff. I got some takes. I put out a poll question.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're back on Twitter.
I'm back on Twitter. I'm unbanned.
Yeah, that's right. He's unbanned.
I'm here
Yeah,
yet
but
again.
But you haven't really solved your problem.
The one about being
Getting
fake.
banned all the time.
Yeah, I mean it'll happen again, I'm sure. I think if it happens once more,
You're just going to
I
quit.
think I don't
You're going to give up?
I will just use the unsportsmanlike conduct account.
Okay,
You can't do that.
I moved
haven't-
over and I followed all my favorite Cowboys people, so I could
Oh,
scroll.
that's where it's
This
like
is
conduct.
crap. Yes, and then last night he was tweeting some sorrow thing about the Cowboys, and I'm like, no, unsportsmanlike conduct does not endorse this.
Yep. Sorry, this is the show
Get
now.
a burner.
See, but you know what? Maybe I should download my list of following right now, just so then I would have them.
Well,
It'll
yeah.
be easier because I was trying to remember, like, who are all the people that I follow?
I just want you to know that the unsportsmanlike conduct account does not like the Dallas Cowboys.
I started unfollowing a lot of crap. I was like, why are we following this Wisconsin guy? Unfollow. Why are we following 4 draft people? Unfollow. I was
Wow.
culling the herd.
Mm.
Got to make sure it was.
Yeah, you were culling the herd and then replacing it with reprobates.
No, they're good.
my name's Johnny Butthole. I cover the
They're not. There's no Johnny Butthole,
Johnny
John.
Butthole.
They're real people. They're like you and me. They just happen to cover a different sad sack.
Here's my column this week: butthole blowings.
That's funny.
I thought Jerry Jones made a good deal.
Nobody said that, John.
I think we're gonna go 13-4.
No.
Every column of Johnny Buttholes ends with
Sounds like Marty Moose.
Oh.
Moose out front should have told you.
Mm.
What's his name? Brian Butthole?
Johnny Butthole.
Johnny Butthole.
I don't get this. I don't
It's
understand.
better than Bumfardo.
No, it's not. It is not Happer.
I like it. Johnny Butthole.
Best part is, he's such a legend down in Dallas. After he passes, they're going to rename the press area Johnny Butthole Press Area.
Welcome to the Butthole Memorial Press Area.
And then Jarrell will see it and go, "Oh, it should be called Glory Hole."
He probably would.
By the way, I'm still alive at 145.
Yeah, he's never gonna.
That tweet
He's
yesterday.
never going to
The
go
one that I
away.
showed you.
Heartbreaking. Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones found alive in his home at 82.
That's why the flags were at half mast.
Still here.
Did you notice that? The flags are at half mast. What is?
And who died?
I'm not sure.
My fandom.
That's
That's what it
Yesterday
was.
was fun.
No, it wasn't,
It was a
Joey.
great day.
All the days
That
to
is-
have Joey. A great fill-in, but my God, I just get so triggered.
Why was Matt so triggered? That
Because
was
he's a Bears fan.
Yeah, and
He's trying to take it's stolen valor.
it is. It's stolen valor.
I deserve to be sad.
yeah,
he
he
was
deserved
more
to be
triggered
sad.
than you were.
No.
He shouldn't
Well,
be
maybe-
worried. They don't play the Packers until December.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, Mike is going to have whatever the higher or lower is, John.
Oh, on sacks.
In that
Take
week 4
take
game,
the
right, Joey?
higher.
I will
Week-
go higher.
Change that vernacular.
Yep, it's
James,
I'm just
higher.
curious where they're going to place Micah Parsons because they traded away Kenny Clark, who's the nose tackle.
Oh,
and they
man.
kept Lucas Van Ness and Rashad Gary, who work on the edge. So it should be an interesting lineup for the Packers front.
Yep.
Wide receiver. It's always
Micah?
an option. Yeah.
People forget about
Or it'd
the
be
legendary Friday Night
Friday
Lights
Night
camp.
Lights camp. I've seen him run routes before.
Uh-huh.
Packers got a good receiving core at the moment.
Oh, they're good.
That was
We got to
such-
talk college football today, boys. Sorry. No NFL on the docket.
That is such a way to start the mega crossover when Gary just
And this was 10 minutes
oh,
after,
Josh.
after
I
I
was like,
teased it
no,
on
they
content.
didn't. I may need to go back and re-listen to that just to relive it. It was
You're a horrible friend, John.
no, just to. So
I don't
can
relive
remember.
your worst moments.
I mean, we literally spent a half hour talking about me falling on my arm.
Crap. I guess we did.
We did dissect that one pretty
We
good.
did.
The funniest
Yeah.
thing was I did not find out about that trade until it was mentioned on the show.
Mm,
I didn't think it was going
So
to
we
happen.
were
at
your
all.
Walter Cronkite.
Yes, it was.
wow. He
And-
was
and
George
that
Bush.
happened in Dallas too.
Gary was the guy who went up to George Bush and whispered in his ear. Nice, John. All right.
Well, Connor,
Happer-
congratulations. You got a long weekend.
No, he's got to start the day. It's time
Oh,
to go
that's
home
right.
and
You still have
shower.
to start your
hasn't
day.
started.
I might delay it. I might not start today till tomorrow.
Today is canceled.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're just gonna skip today.
However, that's a wild decision.
I don't look forward to dinner at your house.
You did the show in exhaust last night,
Yes.
and then you didn't shower, and now you won't shower,
TBD.
and you don't wash your hands sometimes. I think you should shower.
You were bothered by me not washing my hands.
I just said sometimes.
so you're already so dirty.
Imagine not washing your hands and leaving
I
your
think-
drink in the bathroom.
You know what it is. You know what it is. He likes that stench of Kauffman Stadium on him.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just a process to dry them. I hate the
What-
blow
what-
dryers.
Use
They're
paper
so bad.
towels
So
then.
then usually the paper towels are jammed up in there, and you got to hit the thing, and then I feel like I'm getting my fingers dirty by pressing the
Oh, they
thing to
don't-
get the paper towels.
They don't
out.
have the ones where you just put your hands below.
Yeah,
the
but then you have to shake your hand because the sensor never sees it. It's just too hard, John. It's just too hard to wash your hands.
You ever thought about just having disposable gloves? Just wear gloves. It's
Interesting.
kind of like tear offs on a racing helmet. You just put your hands in gloves and get dirty. You just rip them off, and there's another pair underneath.
a good
Just
idea.
tear away gloves.
It's a good idea. Consider that.
Hmm.
Consider that.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll just take a shower.
Or maybe you'll just take a shower.
Good
We'll see.
idea.
I think I'm going to take a shower tonight, too.
Enjoy.
I thought you showered this morning.
I did. I just sitting in a car for 3 hours isn't my favorite. I brought
Are
another
you in-
shirt.
There is something.
Are you implying that my car is filthy?
John, your car was very clean, but I don't like sitting in a car. Like I always want to shower after a road trip, after being in a car.
Really?
It's a
Yeah.
good, I actually agree with
I
that.
actually brought a
agree.
different shirt. I was going to change into this, but my other shirt was a cowboy shirt, and I do not want to wear that right now. I'm so mad. I'm not wearing it.
Perfect timing.
Joey, are you going to buy a Micah Parsons jersey?
I'm thinking about it. He's deciding if he wants to wear number 0 or number 1, which number 1 was worn by.
He
Curly
won't wear
Lamb.
11?
No, Jaden Reed's going to keep the number. He's going to let him have it.
Wow. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah,
I thought because that was his number in college, wasn't it? 11?
Yeah, so he tweeted out this morning asking if he should pick 0 or 1 for
Gen
the
Z.
jersey.
Wow.
number.
What a good teammate. He's not just coming in saying, I'm the big man on campus. I deserve number 11. He's saying, nope, you were here.
He would never say that. Not with contract disputes or anything like that.
This is the worst.
This is the best.
Yeah, but just think, the draft picks.
The draft picks could be almost as
pick
good.
number 30.
Yeah, that's the dumbest crap too. Oh, cool. Thanks for the first rounder at the end of the first
Kenny
round.
Clark's
Well,
still
but that's good. You'll have bookend draft picks, the number
Right.
one pick
and
and the
you
number
get Kenny
30.
Clark. He's a decent football player.
Yeah.
Not had the best season recently, but he's a decent
Yeah.
player. He's been in the league for a while, probably almost 10 years.
Jimmy writes, football doesn't like you back, does it, Josh? No, it doesn't. All the things that I've given football. I defend it at all costs.
You do.
Yeah. I'm the defender of football.
You exactly.
And it hates me. It stomps on my nuts every damn year.
You need to turn on it.
Yeah.
You need to go heel on football.
College basketball, you're my favorite sport now.
All right.
Wow, I love those games where nobody scores it's kind of like a Nebraska-Cincinnati football game.
What do you think about it? Basketball is quite a lot better than football.
It doesn't hurt me because I just don't care.
And
Can't be hurt by what you don't care about.
At least when it's clunky, it's only 2 hours long.
That's true.
It's fast paced.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
All right.
See you later.
Well, have a great weekend.
Bye, Happer.
That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete. Everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum on a 1 beer Friday.
Wow.
Might have to be a 1 energy drink.
Yeah, can it be another
One coffee.
One more coffee Friday?
Have to go back to Casey's.
Yep.
1620 The Zone.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
There's like 30 seconds left of the break, and then John just left.
I think he's ready for the weekend.
I think we're all ready for
We're
the
tired.
weekend.
We're tired.
But before that, we still have another 3 hours and 20 minutes, and it all starts right now.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, John Bishop, Joey Colbert with you.
Already?
Drake says John is passed. When you left, there was like 30 seconds left before the Open
like there
was
were-
going to play.
It looked like there was more.
No, just 30. It's all right.
I had to go get a Diet Coke.
Yeah, we all need
It's
a
all-
little
it's all good.
caffeine. We all need a little caffeine in our lives today.
Howdy, y'all.
Mm.
Welcome to a Friday Grum.
Let's do it.
And it's a Friday after the season opener, and now all of our questions are answered. This team's fate is sealed. We know exactly what they are. There will be no changes whatsoever. We have been handed the cards that we are dealt.
Yep.
And we must play them. Or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Joey today on the controls. Nick is off to his
Yeah, I'm here.
His concert.
his rock and roll concert.
The concert finally arrives this
I'm
evening.
back
Yeah.
after a 6-hour night's sleep.
Ooh, wow. That's
I was here
That's
for
three
like
more than I got.
That's more than ours.
I was here for 13 hours yesterday.
Mm.
Well, you know,
So-
it's
so-
all
something
worth
like that.
It was all worth it to bring you the programming that you expect from us. I mean, I was thinking about it yesterday. So
Hey, I'm used to this kind of stuff. Did a long day during March Madness, and then ending up with a 1 a.m. post game show at a bar
Yeah.
in Detroit, Michigan. That went okay.
Mhm.
So I'm used to the hiccups on the road.
So from 6 a.m. yesterday, when Gary and Matt signed on from 1620 The House, to 6 p.m. tonight, when we depart.
Yeah.
For the weekend. Let's see. So there was 12, 13 hours, 14, 15, and then 12 more, 27 hours.
Okay.
Right? Does that sound about right?
So you're talking about
27
from 6-8 yesterday but when we log off at 6 or 6 p tonight. So that's
Yeah.
36 hours. Yeah. So we
So
were
27 of the 36? Is
Yeah,
that
because
right?
we were off from 7 to about 11:30, so
Yeah.
that's 4.5, and then we got off at what time? 2 until about 6, so
Yeah.
8.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That is the most that we have ever
gave
done.
You people, and I do mean you people, we gave you people 27 out of 36 hours of programming from Kansas City or adjacent to.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Gosh, we're dedicated.
We love it.
Man.
I love talking, and I love talking about football, and the football is finally here. And there's plenty to react to from last
There
night.
is plenty to react
Lots
to.
of takes.
Will Micah wear 0 or 1?
Nope, that's not on the
Oh,
deck, thank God.
the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard
Mhm.
present the old Grum Down.
Oh, yeah.
We are back home, folks. Big Red, no overreaction.
We're not reacting, or we're not overreacting?
No overreaction.
Mm.
We're going to be firm and soft
Oh,
about last night.
I got some things I'm firm and soft on.
Kent's Movie Club is turned up to 11.
This one goes to 11.
This is Spinal Tap was the movie of the week. And
Even
we
Joey
will-
watched it.
Yeah, I actually woke up at 9 and decided to put it on my TV. It took 2 hours to get through because of all those
Even though
two-minute commercial breaks.
It's an 82-minute movie.
It's an 82-minute movie, and these commercial breaks take so long.
Pluto is the worst streaming service.
Yeah, I did not enjoy that.
This is not a critique of
get
you.
it all for free.
I didn't know. Thank you to a great friend of the Grum who loaned me his Blu-ray.
You'll never get it back.
No, I told him to stop by. I have it at the station.
Oh, you make him come to you.
Well, I'd be happy to put
Wow.
it in the mail. I'd be happy to.
Who gets the first big win of the year? There's a couple of opportunities coming up this weekend. And speaking of those games of the week, Bill Connley of ESPN.com.
Oh,
will join
nice
us.
get, Joey.
Nice get, Joey. Matt Rules is stretching himself a little thinner, and we're not talking about his weight.
Nice.
We'll have some predictions, and it is One Beer Friday, the last One Beer Friday, not sponsored by Cross Strain Brewing.
Yeah.
It
We're drinking Cross Train.
Yeah, we did have a couple of tall boys left
Yep.
of Cornhusker Crusher.
Yep.
They were giving away free samples yesterday. If you were in the parking lot, maybe you ran into them.
Incredible.
They had a tent. They were giving away samples and
Incredible.
trying it out. And yeah, they're still cranking it out so that they can have enough beer in the stadium for next week.
Cranking it like Happer was cranking that knob, getting all those candies last night.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe even more so.
And you'll need that beer watching this team play. Oh, I'm just
John, we're not
kidding.
overreacting. We didn't learn a thing last night.
It's Big Red Novery.
We learned nothing from the team last night. Absolutely zero.
I mean, you think about it. Nothing, not a lot of these things add up. Okay. Nebraska was +2 in turnovers.
nice.
Nebraska was outgained by 2 times in yards per carry.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
Their yards per carry was 3, and Cincinnati's was around 6. Nebraska allowed just 2.76 yards per pass attempt.
That is insane.
Which is their lowest in 6 years. I mean,
Wait, that was Cincinnati's lowest or Nebraska's lowest?
Nebraska's lowest. Nebraska defense's lowest total
Since 2019?
Since 2019 against Maryland.
Holy God.
I mean, 2.7 yards per run is bad. 2.7 yards per pass attempt is god awful.
Yeah, that's not good.
Nebraska on third down success, 74th percentile, according to Game on Paper. Cincinnati was in the 6th percentile. You remember this from your days when you would take those achievement tests at school and they'd rate everybody. You know, Joey was in the 98th percentile, while dumb old Josh, he was down in the 30 percentile.
Hey.
Sounds about right.
Hey.
Nebraska, 74%, 74th percentile.
And what was that?
In third down success rate.
Wow.
Cincinnati was in the 6th percentile. Nebraska nearly had twice as much time of possession.
Yeah, they were dominating that all night.
Nebraska gave up 3 sacks, while Cincinnati had gave up no
zeros.
sacks.
Yeah.
Yet this game was in doubt until the final 30 seconds.
John, the thing that makes sense about it, though, is because
It's Nebraska.
we've seen it before. We have seen it before. In all seriousness, we had, though. I thought there was a phone call on the Happer Show today where they compared it to the Boston College game last year. I thought that was a pretty solid comparison. The game never turned into as much of it was never a blowout in the Pinstripe Bowl, but Nebraska did have a sizable lead. At one point, they were up 20-2, and it seemed like they were going to coast and control the game. Last night, they were only up by 10 at the highest points, at 13-3 and 20-10. So it never really was like a dominating game. But and was it you who tweeted it last night? Said something like, you let a team hang around. Yeah. And that's what it was. It was just, they are playing so much better than them. Getting that gift at the end of the first half, they took advantage, and you knew right away, oh man, they're going to have the ball coming out of the half. And we're all, I imagine, thinking if they get the ball, they go down, even if they get a field goal, but certainly if they get a touchdown, they go up 16-3 or 20-3, the game's going to be over because Cincinnati can't do anything, especially through the air. And they didn't. And eventually Cincinnati would start the comeback. And what was a game that Nebraska controlled in a lot of the facets was one that, I mean, I don't know about you. I thought they were going to lose at the end. When they were on defense, I was just like, well, this is what's happened a lot over the last couple of years. So I'm expecting it to happen. And it didn't.
No, it did not happen. And as we've said before, you don't apologize for winning. But, and this is where the Nova reaction comes from. I try really, really hard not to overreact to the first game because it is only the first game.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know. I mean, we might have a decent idea what Cincinnati's going to be. I don't think they're going to compete for the Big 12 championship.
No, I'd be surprised.
But it is worthwhile to, let things play out at least for a couple of weeks. I said it last night on Big Red Overreaction. I'll feel I have a better grasp on what this team really, really is after Michigan, because the next 2 weeks aren't going to tell you a whole lot unless they really, really struggle. And I hate to say that because, we're talking about one extreme versus if they go out and plow those two teams.
So you're like, no, I'm not going to learn anything.
No, I'm not going to learn anything. But you're weighing it against the quality of the opponent. Akron lost 10-0 to Wyoming team last night. Got shut out at home, and that's going to be Nebraska's next opponent. And then you have Houston Christian, and sad to say, but it's an FCS school, and you're just, unless you're playing one of the elite FCS schools, like one of the Dakota schools, you're really not going to learn a hell of a whole lot. So the next 2 weeks, honestly, it's really like scrimmaging. Matt Rule ain't going to say that because he doesn't want the guys thinking it's a scrimmage, but that's what it really is. It's going to be like scrimmaging. It's where, all right, you're going to work on yourself. You're going to try to figure out what you are. And then here come the Wolverines.
Biggest thing you want is to stay healthy the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Is entirely what it's about. That's what you want. And yeah, I mean, you hate getting to a season that you've been looking for 8 months and then saying, all right, now we can get to the other parts that matter more in 3 weeks, so we can learn more about the team. But that is like the fun part about football, and the bad part about football is that the sample size is so small that you do only put a certain amount of weight on a particular set of games. And sadly, the next 2 weeks aren't going to do that. The questions that we have coming out of this game, I think, are going to be the questions that we have going into the Michigan game. And it's funny because our friend Corpian, who now in his handle rather on YouTube writes Fire Rule, points out that at the end of the Chronicles, I mentioned that I kind of wanted to see them in a game like this, and that I wanted to see them play in a one-score game where either they had to stop the opposing offense, they had to salt the clock out if they were on offense, or they had to come back and win. And so they did the first of the options, where the defense went on the field. They made some mistakes. They gave up some first downs, but they got an interception at the very end, and they did do that. Like, I don't want to say I believe unequivocally that this team can now win one-score games, because I don't. I do need to see that more often, but they have now played 2 of them in a row, and one of them was a bowl game. And, you and I have had conversations before about what bowl games do or don't mean in 2024 or 5 or whatever era we're in. But they still were able to do it. They were able to do it last night. My questions, though, that I had coming into the season, I think, and we'll get into this probably next, right? Like, I think they are still there. I think I now have a few more questions because there were some spots that maybe weren't as good as I was expecting them to be. But I think I got a couple of answers last night, and I still would write incomplete on a lot of areas that I needed to learn more about. And, I don't really think we're going to over the next, couple of weeks, for better and for worse. But that doesn't have to be a bad thing. They're 1-0, and they have a chance to get to 3-0 for the second straight year, which they haven't started 3-0 in 2 straight years, John. Gosh, I'm going through the Rolodex right now. It has been a long time, because they didn't in 15. They didn't in 13. I mean, John, it's probably since 2010 and 2011 is the last time they started 3-0 in back-to-back years, which is that's a low bar.
Sure it is.
That's a low bar, but that's now honestly, what they're going to do.
Right. It's expected. They were expected to do that from the beginning.
Big question is, can they get to Florida, which they haven't done in 9 years?
Yeah. 402-951-1620. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I was notified yesterday. That let me see.
Oh, who's our winner? Who's our winner? Who's our winner?
It's Haley and Nicholas.
Oh, congrats.
Haley and Nicholas are this week's online winners for the $100 to Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. And you can enter to win online at 1620thezone.com for those Prairie Flower Casino certificates. You can tweet at us. We have 2 poll questions. We'll get into that here in just a little bit, but you can go vote now at USC 1620. One is regarding a trip to Kansas City. The other one is regarding just kind of a general sense of what you're feeling after last night. And we want to hear from you today. We've got a little more time. I know some of you may have been waiting in line or couldn't get through on overreaction. We've got room for you today.
We could actually have a conversation.
And we can have a conversation.
Great
There's
point,
no
Joey.
awkward delay.
No delay.
Plus, you've had, 14 hours or so to digest this and think about it a little bit more and maybe have a better idea or better sense of what you saw versus just an instant,
Think about it. 12 hours ago, you had just fallen asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
now-
true.
And now we're back.
And now we're here
Yeah.
for you.
I would love to have phone call conversations with our friends.
402-951-1620. You can also email the Old Man Doug Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com and Josh at 1620thezone.com. Happy One Beer Friday to you. And we are going to be both firm and soft next on 1620 The Zone.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to the Grum. Rascal Flatts bringing their Life is a Highway tour to Omaha on Saturday, January 24th, CHI Health Center. You can find out more details online at 1620thezone.com. We gave away some tickets this week.
Nice.
To the show. And,
Sweet.
Keep that 1620thezone.com bookmarked, because with the football season beginning, there's a certain thing that happens every year that will be happening again, and it will be on 1620thezone.com.
Nick's fun little videos.
What fun videos?
Wow, thanks for supporting Nick on all the work he does behind the scenes.
Well, which one?
He makes fun videos for segments and things.
Well, but I was talking about football specific.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, football specific.
All right.
As we mentioned on the JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page, we have a couple of poll questions for you. One says the following: should the Huskers make Kansas City a regular season trip again in the future? And your options are yes, annually, yes, every couple years, yes, every 5 years, or no. 44% of you say, yeah, every couple years. There are 13% of you that actually want this to be an annual thing.
Annual, that's quite interesting, because that would most likely mean giving up home games, because last night was a rarity. That was a weird, perfect storm, So most of the time it's not going to be the road. You're not going to be the road team. You'd have to be the home team.
I'd like to see it with a former Big 12 opponent.
Yeah, not Cincinnati.
Yeah, not Cincinnati.
I like that idea.
One of the
Missouri,
Kansas schools or Missouri.
State, something like that. I don't hate that idea.
Something tells me this won't be the last time we'll see the Arrowhead Stadium.
One of the negatives in the real heyday of neutral conference openers in particular was that a lot of them were in the South, right? And so if Nebraska didn't agree to play in any of those, but let's say they would have. They go down to Texas or Florida or Atlanta. They probably would have played Georgia, Alabama, Clemson. It would have been cool to see them play that.
Sure.
But the atmosphere, and not to say Nebraska fans wouldn't have traveled, they would have, but it would have been tilted more towards the Southern team.
Yep.
The cool part about Arrowhead is that it's really close to us. And, so if let's say they decided to play Alabama in 3 years, Alabama would bring their fans, but Nebraska would have a chance to really even it out too. And so, I don't want it every year. It was a really cool environment, and I'm super happy that we got to go to it, so I could participate in it and see what it was like up close. I wouldn't want them to do it every year, but that's because I'm like you. I like home and homes much more. But, I mean, I don't know, man. Sometimes I do say, in this world where we could be losing these matchups, whatever gives us our best chance to get more of them, I am in favor of, sadly, even if it means neutral site games. But what was good about this is it didn't feel like one. And I bet
it definitely did not feel like one.
You know what? And if they would have played Bama, I don't think it would have felt like one, even though the crowd maybe wouldn't have been 95-5. Let's say it's 60-40 or 70-30. It would still have a big game atmosphere that I think can be really hard, dare I say, John, in the newer NFL stadiums.
Yeah.
I think that there's something about it being at Arrowhead, where that place, you go in and there are new parts of it, but it still looks like it's of an entirely different era of football. And I really like that about it, at least, in terms of the visuals.
The other poll question on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page: for the first time since 2003, Nebraska opened the season with a win over a Power 4 program. They won their second straight one-score game and didn't turn the ball over a single time. How are you feeling? 52% are happy, but say there's lots to work on. 26% say don't apologize for 1-0. 15% say less confident than I was. And 6% say concerned, issues galore. It's always fascinating to me when we do these mass surveys. And by mass, I mean, it's out there for anyone to vote on Twitter. And you compare it to the comments that we get, particularly in the YouTube comment section, which is now turned into the Red Sea Scrolls of the Grum.
What does that mean?
Well, it means there's a lot of wacky people.
Wacky, great people.
But you were mentioning it last night. I didn't get a really chance to see it because juggling a lot of other balls and we were sitting outside. So it was just not as easy to bounce around. I didn't really look at the comments, but you kept saying last night, man, you need to see the YouTube comment section. These people are mad. They're pissed off. They're fatalists. But here on the poll question, those people represent 6% of those who have voted so far.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because you would expect a Twitter poll to be more negative than anywhere else, but maybe a little more optimistic over there. It's a performance that I think, as I've been thinking about it over the last 15 hours and kind of my mindset on it, even though I did pick Nebraska to win and cover, I thought that I projected them to win fewer games than everybody else on the zone, right? Than anybody else that I've heard in the media, honestly. And so I think I went in with a different mindset, and the negatives of their performance for the most part, fit in with my concerns on the team. There were a couple surprises that we'll get to, but for the most part, like, for example, defense. That was like the first thing I thought of. Hey, if they're not going to reach 8-9, why? Defense.
Mm-hmm.
And the defense had some issues yesterday. Okay, what about Dylan Raiola? Can he level up? I mean, it's funny. Completion percentage-wise, like, I've seen it all over the internet today because I've been bouncing around. I wanted to see the general reaction. There's a lot of, he had 80% completion percentage. He had 2 touchdowns. He had 0 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, baseline, man, those are some good numbers. 80%? Like, are you serious? Of course you want 80%. All right, dive a little bit deeper. Turnover-worthy plays.
At least 3.
He had the fumble that I still can't believe.
Yeah, he got it back.
He got it back somehow. Cincinnati not only should be regretting that they didn't recover, but they didn't score on the play.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that. You have the interception that could have been a pick 6 as well.
And there was another
out in
one.
the flat.
There was another one too. There were 2 passes I remember. The first one was in the first half.
Yeah.
Where it looked. I mean, it was an interceptable ball.
Yeah. So you have that. Certainly you have the, atrocious yards per attempt, so it was, they were complete. They were efficient in that they were being completed.
Mm-hmm.
They were not efficient in that they weren't gaining very many yards. And so, like, I picked 16-9 for touchdown to interception ratio. And so, like, I left last night saying, all right, that kind of fits with, what I was thinking. So I wonder if I am less frustrated today than some people are, because it did follow a script that I expect the program to follow this year. The biggest difference, of course, being, like I said, I did think that they would win this one a bit more comfortably. And I was feeling pretty good about that throughout much of the game. And then, as always, the game just got a little more interesting than it should have, given a lot of the stats were in Nebraska's favor. So I do wonder if that long-winded way of me saying it wasn't I'm not coming out of this game as frustrated as so many are, because, quote unquote, I didn't drink the Kool-Aid like so many other people did.
But going into the game, certainly if you had to rank the units in terms of confidence, offense would have been number 1.
Absolutely.
But I come out of last night and maybe this is a little bit of, grading on a curve, because the offense was expected to be this and we didn't get quite this. But I come out of last night with more probably potential concerns offensively than I do defensively.
And why is that? What's the biggest reason why, do you think?
Well, one of the biggest reasons is the running game.
Yeah.
This offense they're striving for being balanced. Remember, under Dana Holgorsen, all of last year, even counting the Satterfield stuff, they were 50-50. Last night, they were just a little bit more pass than run.
Yep.
But this is going to be a balanced offense. But a balanced offense can only work when there's threat.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be great, but there has to be a threat in one of the 2 facets.
Mm-hmm.
And last night, there wasn't much of a threat in the running game, especially when number 21 wasn't on the field.
Definitely.
When number 21 wasn't on the field, Cincinnati did not have to worry about the running game.
What did you say yesterday when we were doing the roundtable about the running game and how you were like, I'm concerned that EJ Barthel is going to have dumb substitution patterns. And you could say, John, the concern is now the opposite. And they don't have enough substitution patterns.
Right.
Because
they can't.
They can't. Exactly.
They don't feel like they have the options.
The critique is not, oh my gosh, what are you doing, Barthel? Put somebody else in there. The critique is, the issue at running back is that they didn't fix it previously. This is a problem that you are now in season. And I don't think that this is an overreaction. This is one of the few things that I will definitively say right now, and I'm going to say it all year long. They do not have the depth behind him. And so I'm with you. That is a concern coming out of this game. I would also say, like, the offensive line was very up and down in this game, which surprised me. Like, there were times where I thought they were pushing. When they had their good drives, that offensive line was impressive. And then otherwise, sometimes they just had drives where it was like, what in the world? Of course, the god-awful penalty at the 1-yard line in the second quarter was pretty terrible too.
How much of that, though, may have been lent to the fact that they rotated their tackles.
3 left tackles.
All last night.
3 left tackles.
And it looked to me, and it wasn't okay, this guy's not as effective, so put the other guy in, or this guy's too tired, put another guy in. It looked like that was the plan.
Correct.
All right, we're gonna go with Gatula, and then we're gonna go with Corcoran, and then we're gonna go with Pritchett. and it just kind of followed that pattern. And I think you can pretty much say the same thing about left tackles as you do quarterbacks. If you've got two quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, you'd like one of those tackles to be the guy to say, all right, boom, this is the guy right here. It's obvious. It is obvious now that they really, really, really want Pritchett to be that guy, but we saw it last night. I mean, Matt Rule telegraphed it.
I know.
He telegraphed it in one of those final press conferences before the start of the season.
And didn't it remind you of the situation that happened with Anthony Grant 2 years ago? What did he do before that season? He telegraphed, I can't put him out there because he's fumbling. And then what did he do? He put him out there against Minnesota, and he had the fumble that started the comeback for the Gophers. Now, Pritchett's false start ended up not costing them the game, but Rule had just talked about this, and then he did it at a very key moment. On the other hand, like, I get why they want him to be the guy, because other times he was mauling dudes and he's pushing them around. It's like, that makes sense.
Yep.
But I mean, there's something about, and we were talking about this in the car today, there's something about a penalty on 1st and goal at the 1 or 2nd and goal at the 1, whatever at the 1, where you get pushed back 5 yards. And it just is so deflating. I was down on the sidelines during that whole series. I got to watch the offense move right down the field. And so it was on the opposite end zone. And I was near some former players or family members. And man, when that penalty happened, it was just like, oh my gosh, like this is probably going to cost them 4 points. And sure enough, it cost them 4 points because they only got 3.
We'll discuss the areas we are firm and soft on this team coming up next.
Awesome.
On Sportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. Need to throw out some thanks for the last 2 days. Of course, everyone in upstairs who was able to get this sold and done. Chris Prudon, who basically did all the heavy lifting of organizing, getting our house, getting all the equipment set up, getting us out there in the middle of a parking lot. We were joking all week about not knowing where we're going to do this show from, and it ended up turning out pretty good. We were right out there amongst the people as they were walking out of the stadium.
Yeah, before you get back to the thank yous, 2 negative things about where we were. The random exhaust that showed up and almost killed Happer.
Well, that's
and then
the bus's fault.
Honk, 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 honk. The person who just used their car alarm to find it. That sucked.
It's like, how do you, I get it. It's a very big parking lot, but based on where they were parked, there were many easy landmarks. It's not like they were out in the absolute middle of a parking lot.
You were like right by the baseball stadium.
That'd be the most common thing to do. Just know your surroundings. Find the nearest sign. Say, okay, I'm over at B5.
Joey, when we parked yesterday, now it didn't matter for us because by the time we left, everybody else was gone. But I remember saying to John, all right, here's where we are. And I think we were in B5. I was like, B5, wow. John, B5.
Wow. You know what we need to do? We need to change the technology. No more of the honk alarm, but instead you push the button and like there's an app or on your phone or on your smartwatch where it leads you to the car.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So that it's not annoying people trying to do a radio show out in the parking lot.
Think about us. Back to thank yous. Thank you to Joey, who did a lot of the producing back here.
He was doing all the big lifting.
He's sleepy like us.
Yeah. Odson kind of being our grunt guy on site, helping out with a lot of different things. And, also, keeping McMaster in mind. And the folks at Blur.
Oh my gosh,
tremendous
awesome.
event. I mean, that concourse area was packed. The beer lines were going hot and heavy.
Yeah.
Great location. And we'll be looking forward to working with Blur all season long at our 1620 the pregame shows from Memorial Stadium and their tailgate, which is a weekly occurrence. So look forward to that. We'll be there next Saturday at 4 p.m.
Awesome.
Ahead of a 6:30 kickoff for 1620 the pregame.
Awesome.
So thanks again to those folks who made it all possible. Okay, so it's only one game, but there's got to be some elements of this team now, coupled with what we believed about them prior to the season, that we have a firm grasp of. And there's probably some things maybe we had confidence in that we saw, and maybe we have a soft grasp on. So this is a segment we call Firm and Soft.
It's a brand new segment.
It's a brand new segment. Maybe only one time only. It's literally something I cooked up in the car on the way down.
He told me. I was there when he said it. Let's do something called Firm and Soft. And I said, tell me more.
All I need is an intro for that.
All we need is an intro.
Get to work.
There's a lot of intros that you could do with soft things and firm things. I can't wait to see what
mattresses.
Like mattresses, a table, clank, clank, clank.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Firm.
Dylan
Raiola is the Nebraska player that they can least afford to lose. Emmett Johnson is 1B.
I was going to say, what about Emmett?
Not two, but 1B.
Yeah.
I had a feeling this was going to be the case, and I haven't been as Emmett-pilled as you are, but it is clear.
Oh, my gosh.
It is clear. I saw someone asking on YouTube comment section, did Quentin Ives get in the game? No, Quentin Ives is not playing. He's still, coming back from that hamstring injury.
Remember, he missed many weeks of camp
because
of the hamstring injury.
So, and that'll be a question worth asking of Matt Rule on Monday for the weekly press conference. But if there is any way they can get him up and running by at least the Houston Christian game, that will help, because right now, and listen, I don't want to pick on Nelson. He's a redshirt freshman. I don't want to pick on Mosey because he literally just got
a wide
moved
receiver.
Over. They were in a tough spot. But the gap right now, I mean, the running game was non-existent when those guys were on the field. And also remember, chief role of a running back, especially on third downs, is you better be able to pass pro.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, there are 2 injuries on this team that could dramatically change the course of the season. Obviously, Dylan is 1A, but Emmett Johnson is 1B.
My first item in firm was about the running back room, and it is that the running back room is a problem. I am firm on this, and last night made me feel like that's the best opinion that I've ever had in my entire life because it stunk outside of Emmett Johnson. And I'm with you. I thought about that exact question. Who would be the bigger loss? Hot take, I think it might be Emmett. I think the drop-off might be that big right now at that.
And we haven't even seen TJ Lateef.
We haven't even seen TJ Lateef. But I'm serious, man. I think that drop-off is that big. So since we are in so much agreement there, I'll go to my next thing that I am firm on. Firm. Special teams are better, but let's not grade on a curve and call them great. That said, I am very firm in saying punting much improved.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I can't believe I'm going to keep saying this, but I came away maybe more impressed by him, Archie Wilson, than almost anybody on the roster. I thought there was a world where that first punt of his was terrible. Second punt, terrible. His first big punt late in the game, there was a world where it was bad. He never seemed worried back there, which we have seen those guys. Like, we've seen terrible, we don't call it pocket presence for a punter, but you know what I mean, where it's just like, he never seemed that way. And his kind of ability to dance around a little bit and let everybody get down there, he adds time. We always talk about hang time, but he is able to add time. So that was better. A kicker knocked in a 50-something yard field goal. Feeling good about the conspiracy, so I'm good to go there. It is the other parts, like Cincinnati began the game with a nice kickoff return. Nebraska's kickoff returns stunk out loud yet again. And even the punt return, like, you could tell Barney really wanted to do something with it. He never got an opportunity. So I gave it a solid B. I am firm, though, on special teams at the very least being better. And if they are moving forward like they were last night, you would sign. I would sign on that dotted line right now. I would absolutely take that. Firm on special teams.
Yeah, I am firm on the fact that Nebraska has identified their kicking specialists.
Yeah.
That 52-yard field goal was good from at least 57, maybe more. In fact, there was one spot they decided to punt. It would have been a 55-yard field goal. They're late-ish into the second half. Of course, not knowing that Cincinnati would do something incredibly stupid and allow Nebraska to basically gift a touchdown late in the first half. But I almost thought they should have run him out there and tried it again because it was good by at least 6 or 7 yards.
Yeah, he smoked it.
And
that was a ballsy decision to kick that early in the season.
Right.
And they executed it flawlessly.
So, yes, I am firm on the fact that Nebraska has their kicking specialists. But I'm soft on this run defense. It is still a legitimate concern. We were talking yesterday during the Mega Roundtable when Michael Severe was over, and I set the number at 150, and I said, man, if Nebraska could just hold to Cincinnati to under 150 yards, that would be a good day. And Michael was a bit incredulous. He said, what? 150? Well, they cleared it, and they also averaged 6 yards a carry. This has been
Are you calling Michael an idiot?
No, I'm not. But
a big dummy.
But Cincinnati had to move the ball some way, and they sure as hell weren't going to do it in the passing game.
Yeah.
But Cincinnati's run success rate was in the 95th percentile last night, according to Game On Paper. It was particularly effective. The crazy thing was it really didn't kick in until the second half. They did have the field goal drive in the first half. But
their second drive of the game, yeah.
But then it just bogged down. But then they got it going again, especially after Nebraska went for it on fourth down, and then Cincinnati got that scoring drive. That's when it started to kick in. But I had a line in my head. It's stolen from Wedding Crashers, but
Ooh, I love this movie.
It's like Nebraska's. It's like the line that Vince Vaughn said: "Are they built for speed? Or are they built for comfort?" This D line is built for speed.
Speaking of soft or firm,
yeah, it's built for speed, but maybe not for comfort.
I like that, John.
And the comfort being,
where is she?
The comfort,
still in the house?
The comfort being, are you comfortable with them in the run defense? I was concerned about it at the beginning of the season. After watching yesterday, still fairly concerned about it, because imagine what happens when they line up against a team who is going to just go downhill on you. it could be a long day. So this will be worth watching. I said at the beginning of the season, if you could tell me the run statistics today, I could give you a pretty good idea of where this season's going to go. Now, last night maybe wasn't the best barometer because they averaged 6 yards a carry. If you would have told me yesterday at 325, hey, Cincinnati's going to average 6 yards a carry, I would have thought, oh God.
Yeah, seriously. See,
but the fact that Nebraska was able to completely shut down their passing game and make it an irrelevant part of the game,
it really did
certainly help. But that was scary last night, especially in the second half.
So for the run defense, I did have that in my soft category, but I wrote, I'm soft on the run defense being a tire fire, but it is definitely concerning and something to watch. Because like there's a part of me, if I wanted to spin it, I'd say, but John, it was because they had a mobile guy and he just got loose a couple times late in the game. But you know what? They played Michigan in 3 weeks and they have a mobile quarterback too. So let's all keep an eye on that one. Soft on Nebraska's offense. Not as dynamic as I expected it to be, which, you know, if you were to ask 100 fans, hey, what's the story coming out of this game? I'm guessing some would mention first thing to come to mind. I'm guessing some would mention the run defense, like you just said. I'm guessing, you know, maybe the more optimistic people would be like, well, special teams has made a big jump. But I think the story of last night's game was Nebraska's offense having zero downfield threat and every yard being almost a celebration. And sadly, man, like this has become the story of the Matt Rule era, I think, so far. And I thought it was best shown last night in Nebraska's last touchdown drive, and then what happened when Cincinnati got the ball right after and went down the field and scored their own touchdown. So Nebraska, to go up 20-10 in the fourth quarter, they drove 13 plays, 67 yards in 7 minutes and 2 seconds. That drive took a long, long time. It required multiple conversions, a 3rd and 6 conversion, a 3rd and 4 conversion, a 4th and 2 touchdown conversion. Then, by the way, that is 5.15 yards per play, so 5.2. Then Cincinnati got the ball, 9 plays, 75 yards, 321. I mean, it was just
most of it was on the ground.
Most of it was on the ground, including, of course, the long run, the long play of the entire night, the Sorsby 29-yard line. Yeah, here's what they did. 6-yard run, 10-yard run, 29-yard run, 11-yard run, pass for 5, incomplete pass, run for 7, pass for 6, and then the 1-yard touchdown run. Mostly runs. They went down the field 75 yards, 9 plays. That's 8.3 yards per play. And so that's the type of stuff that's not sustainable. Like, you know, we always talk about field position and those obvious statements of, yeah, you know, it's important to start at your own 35 versus your own 25 because then you have 10 fewer yards to go. And you say, Josh, it's just 10 fewer yards, but multiply it by 10 possessions in a game. That's 100 yards, right? Like the lack of any big play threat was a shock to me. Now, how much of that is Cincinnati's defense? How much of that was Nebraska's game plan? Maybe a combination of the two, but good defenses are going to look at what Cincinnati did and say, we're going to try to do the same thing until Nebraska's receivers can prove that they can get down the field. It's going to be tough.
I'm going to pick on some newcomers.
Okay.
Firm on Isaiah Hunter.
Nice.
Jason McCullough.
Yeah.
And Donovan Jones.
Yeah. Good picks.
I know Jones has been in the program, but he's a newcomer to the field. Hunter, tremendous catch, high pointing the ball, bringing it in, winning the 50-50 ball, essentially.
Yep.
I know McCullough early on struggled a bit, but then they moved him around, flipped him sides, and I thought at times he held the edge well. And his play, when it felt like Cincinnati was building momentum, when he almost got a pick six inside the red zone.
Oh, my God.
Such a smart play
Yeah.
because it would have been so easy to fall for the fake and follow the back. Instead, he stayed back on the rollout and almost got the deflection. Very smart play. And Donovan Jones last night, you know, Butler called him the third starting cornerback, and he proved it. I mean, he got in early and he made plays. He was intense. Had a big pass breakup last night. So those are guys, newcomers, I will call them, that I'm firm on. Soft on Elijah Pritchett, Nelson and Mosey. And do you remember at any time saying, "Oh, that was Marquise Watson Trent"?
No. Wow, good call.
Didn't really notice him much at all.
Yeah, don't recall hearing his name.
Honestly, the only time I noticed him was when I was intentionally looking for him, and I noticed, how skinny the letters were on his uniform. That was it.
Interesting. I'm gonna when I go back and check out some of the game, I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, he was credited with 2 tackles, 2 assists last night. That was it. But I just didn't see him. And again, when I say I'm soft on these guys, it doesn't mean they're lost cause, but
no, because again, Pritchett had some impressive plays.
Sure.
I got a serious firm, and then I got a funny firm. I'll go with the serious one.
Funny
first.
firm.
Firm on this team and program at large starting to learn how to win. Like, I put out the poll question. The first option is essentially we don't apologize for wins in the NFL, but you can apply that to college football too, especially for Nebraska.
Yeah.
You don't apologize for wins. And the game maybe was a bit more of a roller coaster than it needed to be, but you don't apologize for wins. This program is not in the apologizing business right now.
No.
And so I am firm on that. Enjoy the win. You're also allowed to nitpick, though. It's okay. Like, that's what being a fan is. I am firm, John, on if you have a funny tweet, to not delete it. If there is nothing offensive about it, no slurs were used in the making of the tweet that Nebraska sent out of Herbie and Taylor Swift kissing each other.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I didn't see it until way, way later.
I didn't hear about it until Connor and Josh mentioned it.
That is the dumbest crap. I remember when Illinois made fun of Nebraska in COVID. Remember that?
Yes.
Thanks for fighting for football to be played. That was a good tweet, and they deleted it. I'm flabbergasted that these programs will put out these funny things and then they'll just get rid of it. Like, I am not obsessed with Taylor Swift, and I know you are not either. And so we haven't cared about the Taylor. Congrats on getting engaged. And I mean, I was right. John thought it was a sham. I was right. Like, that's what I care about, being right and you being wrong. But this was objectively funny, and they deleted it. And it's just like, but everybody, you can still see the screenshot of it. It's so stupid.
What do you think pressured them to do it?
They probably
was it her psycho fans?
Well, it sounded like
Probably.
the Swifties were coming at them, and I guess it wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, who cares?
They probably want to go back.
Seriously, who cares? Send these people back to the institution where they belong.
But it wouldn't surprise me if Matt Rule was, like, hey, what are we doing here? Because
it's a
joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke. Exactly.
It's a joke. There was nothing offensive about it. It was just, it was funny.
It'd be one thing if they tried to make her look like, really bad.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was literally a play on the most famous story of the week. And
I thought it was funny.
And she was at the game too.
She was at the game. Great point. Here's a good one from a listener, Chris, Money Chris. He says, Winery, how do we think the 5-star did? I thought he looked okay, but not sure how he was a 5-star. I will say I am firm on him being a potential impact player this year. He had, and that is quite the caveat there, being quite the potential. But he was disruptive at times. And maybe I am viewing him way too much through the lens of a month ago. And so I think I am grading him on the curve of July, Josh, versus August 29th. Because by the time we get to yesterday, well, he was number 1 on the depth chart last week. So I guess I kind of expected him to be out there. But he had multiple plays. He wasn't a star, and he didn't do it every single play where he was always standing out. But I thought when he had an impact, he made an impact.
Second most tackles, he had the 1 quarterback hurry. For a team that did not get to the quarterback and didn't sack him, he did have the 1 hurry last night. Also got a pass breakup.
Yes, that's the play in particular that I will think about most from him last night. It's
so unique at Nebraska. And again, it's part of the scheme to see guys who are so slender coming off the edge. You're used to watching the Grant Wistroms, for example, coming off the edge, or he was
slender as a freshman, but yeah, I know what you mean.
But not, Williams Winery looked like it almost looked like they needed to go down a size in uniform. Right. And again, that's part of the scheme, but he definitely is a different type out there, and you can definitely see the potential. And he played a lot. I think he ended up with more snaps than Leonard. I'm pretty sure he did. But you saw a lot of different packages, and they rotated a ton.
Yep, as they always do.
They rotated a ton up front. All right, that's a little firm or soft.
What do you think, Joey? You think we should continue this?
I like this. Do this every week after a game, so probably Mondays. That's probably a Monday thing.
So does that mean the cream team is gone? Out cream, in firm, and soft.
Sure.
All right, so Nick needs to make a graphic now of firm.
Firm and soft.
Well, at least he's got a week since you guys already broke it down today.
That's true. He can do it.
You don't need to do it on Tuesday.
Excellent point. Corpian writes, soft, Nebraska will win 6 games. So does that mean that he thinks he is soft pedaling that they will win 6 games? I'm feeling pretty firm in my 7-5 prediction right now.
I'm not overreacting.
That's not overreaction. I'm just saying I'm feeling pretty firm.
Okay. I would prefer that you keep that to yourself.
Nice.
We have to take a break, but we will be right back after a very short timeout. We got Kent's Movie Club also coming up. We're talking Spinal Tap, 1620 The Zone. We said we wanted to hear from y'all.
Most important voice.
The most important voice. John writes, Josh Peterson sat right there the day the depth chart was released and told us I didn't need to worry, even though Corcoran was listed as a co-number 1, that he was not going to play meaningful snaps. He was on the field for 28 snaps. Does Josh have anything to say about that?
I was wrong. I was wrong. I really did not think we'd see him. I was wrong.
He did have an or next to his name.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't really buy it. But when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That was like one of the first things that I thought last night was, wow, I was way off on that one. I missed a couple things pretty bad in game one. That was probably the worst because I was really confident we weren't going to see him at all. I thought we'd see 2 tackles.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did not expect us to see 3. I definitely did not expect us to see 3. Aaron Papillion writes, I'm not panicking. I hope they look better, but I hope they have 6 wins by USC. Otherwise, people will be freaking out. Famously, USC is the 9th game of the season, so he is saying he hopes that they are 6-2. Otherwise, people will be losing their minds.
Perhaps.
Probably.
Colin and West.
White Plains?
Oh, is it White? That's right, White Plains.
Yeah.
I don't give up how it happened. The Huskers won. The black shirts held up and made plays when they had to. A win in a one score. It says a win in a 1-score win. I think it's win in a 1-score game. Lots to improve on and a win against a decent team, in my honest opinion. Take the win, and here we go. You know what last night looked like? It looked like a game between 2 teams who were basically 500 teams.
Yep.
Last year, and I get it, they're different teams, but that's what it looked like.
It looks like 2 teams that are trying to break through, but for whatever reason will be either unable to or, slightly worse, slightly better. Yeah, very much. I mean, look, they had a 4-game losing streak last year. Cincinnati did because they were 5-3 and finished 5-7. Nebraska had a 4-game losing streak. They were 5-1. They were suddenly 5-5 before they picked up the win over Wisconsin. That's a good point. Steve emails in. Hi, John and Josh. First of all, he asked us some questions. What was it like doing your show in a parking lot? It was fun.
It was fun, especially the noxious diesel fumes.
Well, the game didn't go according to plan. They obviously have to get better, particularly with Michigan coming to Lincoln in a few weeks. Hey, a win is a win. Positive thing is in past years when things were going as planned, Nebraska would lose the game. Any other game in the last 20-plus years, that's an 0-1 start. This was the first Power Conference opener win since 2003. Good on this team. This is a positive. Hopefully they have overcome the mental barrier. Secondly, special teams were solid. Kudos to Archie Wilson. He was calm and comfortable out there. Placement of his punts was spot on. He was everything we thought he would be from the talk of the coaches about getting him in fall training. I thought Dylan was pretty solid, missed some throws and reads, but no one is perfect. He needs to get better holding the ball. Very fortunate to get the recovery on the fumble. I think the D-line was concerning. In fact, I wasn't that impressed with the linebacker play as well. Allow 202 yards. John, you mentioned the numbers a few minutes ago. Overall, I thought the back end played pretty good. A couple times, though, I thought they got aggressive and overran run gaps. Second concern is the running back room. I hope Quentin Ives gets healthy soon because Mekhi Nelson and Isaiah Mosey were not impressive at all. In fact, Mosey is out of position. He should be switched back to wide receiver. EJ will not be able to carry this heavy load throughout the Big Ten play. Also, not completely sold on Rule for game day. He's solid through the week, but on Saturdays, I don't know, guys. He seems like a nervous wreck to me. GBR.
Wow, a nervous wreck. Kevin writes into the Equitable Bank inbox. Nice guy, terrible coach.
Whoa. Short and to the point.
So on that subject, the walk and talk is the new rave.
Oh, yeah.
And it isn't just the exclusivity of practice. It's also right after the game. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
I heard about it, but I've not seen it.
Well, here it is. Joey, bring up the video. Here is the latest walk and talk right after the game. He's walking off the field with senior Deshaun Singleton.
Kept it to the end. But you know what? We've come out on the wrong end of these before. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Kept fighting, kept battling. I got a lot of respect for that team. They played their tails off. But these older guys, and Big Mouth had to go make a play when we needed to, so we'll learn from it. We got to get better, though, right?
Oh, yeah, we got to get better.
We got to get better, but how about these fans?
Hey, man, love them.
Unbelievable fans, unbelievable support. Made this a home game. Thank you guys all. Go Big Red.
We say time, go Big Red.
There it is.
The walk and talk. Aaron Sorkin would be so proud.
Lane says, why is Rule doing all these stupid videos? What are they appealing to?
A fan that just wants to hear from their coach in a different format.
Are there really, that many people?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
There has to be. Well,
just engaging with the fan base.
So was that from the Huskers account, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's official. That's an official Husker.
No, I didn't know if it was from that one.
It's
the
a football
account.
It's a football account.
I'm just trying to find it. So it has 147,000 views.
Well, a lot of their videos probably have that many views.
But I mean, I think that's what it is. It's just there is a level of engagement that comes with it that, they're like, they really like it. They really like it.
So are we only going to see this in victories? What about
losses? Oh, yes. You are not going to see after
Joey.
the handshake if Nebraska's getting beat. If he's out on the field shaking hands with row your boat there in Minnesota, PJ Fleck. You're not going to see a camera in his face, with his arm around a player saying, well, that was a tough loss today, but, we've lost games like this before. And no, he is not going to do that.
We'll get better.
Yeah. This is only during happy times.
It is interesting. I'll say this about everything that he's doing, and we'll talk about one of his new forays in content later on in the show. This is like a black and white issue with people. There does not really seem to be a whole lot of middle ground. You either love that he is doing all sorts of new things, podcasts, interviews, the walk-in talks, or you despise it.
Sure.
I do not sense there being any middle ground. It is, I wish he would stop doing this stuff, just coach. And then a lot of other people saying it gives me a glimpse into the program or into the coach in a way that we don't see. And so
I'll throw this question out there. You can mill about it yourselves. We'll take a break, but there's now a little bit of an argument in the chat about PJ Fleck versus Matt Rule. PJ Fleck is also a massive self-promoter, and kind of call attention to himself with the whole row the boat thing, and kind of the way is this as annoying as that? And I get it. You're coming at from a perspective as a Husker fan, but if you were to pull yourself back from the 30,000 foot view and you see what PJ does with some of his stuff and what Matt Rule is doing now, are they on equal plane in the annoying scale?
Well, I'll say this. Matt Rule hasn't put one of us all over Nebraska's actual helmet. So that the row the boat stuff,
that's true.
Yeah. So I think that,
but EJ's not doing walk-in talks.
But he's not doing walk-in talks.
And he doesn't have a podcast.
One more on this before we go to Kent. Luke writes, why is everyone acting like Nebraska lost last night? Have we forgotten what we've gone through the last 10 years? A win is a win. Improvement is improvement. Why does it matter what Coach Rule does if he's winning? See, but the last sentence is the crux of it, right? Because in a month, if they're not winning, then people will be like, see,
Oh yeah, after the first win, and there are detractors now, but after the first loss,
yeah.
They'll be, he shouldn't be doing the podcast. He shouldn't be doing this. He should be coaching the boys. He should be working, watching film, and recruiting. But I get it. These things are also not for me.
For sure.
What is for me is the movie club.
Oh, nice.
And a movie from when I was a Ute.
Cannot believe you had not
never seen
it
until recently. This is Spinal Tap.
Nice.
Kent is in the green room. He'll join us next in the movie club right here, 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifices, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
Can't do that on 4 hours sleep.
John's dizzy now.
Almost made myself way too dizzy to start the segments. Kent Wolgamott, welcome. How was your viewing experience of the game last night?
My viewing experience was fast. I had a previous engagement, so I made sure I didn't have any media contact.
Oh, you didn't? You went spoiler free.
I went spoiler free, came home, and it was maybe 10:30 when I got home. So I just started watching the game then, and I think I was done by 11:35, maybe 11. You know, because you could zing right through all the halftime and the commercials.
And it felt like I mean, you don't get the same perspective when you're watching it like you did, but it felt like there were more commercials and there were longer breaks.
It felt more commercials, no question.
I mean, it took a while before we got our first back-to-back series without a commercial in the middle. It was nauseating.
But it was fast to go through from where I was.
Gosh, more commercials to fast forward through for Ken. It made it pretty easy on him.
So that's how the viewing experience was.
How hard was it to go? Because I actually had to do this last year when I was calling a Creighton game. I think it was the Maryland game last year. Went completely spoiler free, but it was hard for me to not get spoiled.
Absolutely, and especially because I have so many notifications that come on my phone, right, from different outlets, and the bing, bing, and you know what they are, and you can't even open the front of the phone up, or it'll be right there. And the only close to spoiler was when I got home and Carla said, "Why was it when I turned off the game it was 3-3?" And I'm like, "Shut up."
So you knew at the very least that the game was going to be 3-3 at some point in time. You just didn't know, is it going to be the first half or is it going to be the fourth quarter?
Exactly.
Well, our movie this week is one of Kent's all-time favorites. This is Spinal Tap. It's Rob Reiner's first ever film, and he started with a mockumentary. This is, for those not familiar, Spinal Tap is an English rock band who's kind of in their dying days. They come over to America, and they're trying to back up their new tour.
Their new album, which has a very controversial cover that the new record label refuses to print. So, and they find out throughout the course of the American tour that they're getting less and less popular, and they go from playing, arena shows to basically playing a private function in an Air Force base. So that's basically the movie, but it's just a behind the scenes look at this rock band. The first thing I wanted to ask you, Kent, because you had a long held axiom: if you have more than 3 screenwriters, it's a bad movie. But Christopher Guest, Michael McKean, Harry Shearer, and Rob Reiner are all listed as screenwriters. Why does this one break the trend?
Because actually Reiner wanted to list the entire cast as writers, but the Writers Guild would not allow that. So they only could list the 4 of them. This movie is almost 100% improvised.
Crazy.
They set up the sketches, this scene, this is going to happen. Go. And so it's all improvised. So all of those great lines are stuff these guys just came up with.
Unreal.
And, you know, they play all the instruments, right? The backstory is that Michael McKean and Chris Guest were actually in a band together when they were in school at NYU. So they were like actual musicians, right, on some level. And then the four of them, Shearer along with Reiner, and did Spinal Tap as I think it was a TV video, you know, and it was just a performance and funny, but like that long. And then and that was in the 70s. And then they brought Spinal Tap back in the early 80s and made the movie. So, you know, so this was all stuff, all of them made up. And so that's why it doesn't count on the rule, because there really was no script.
That is incredible. Like, you know, Curb Your Enthusiasm, may that show rest in peace. That was the same thing, right? Where Larry David would have an idea and they would just go in and they would riff. And man, like, Ken, I'm always amazed. Like, I love people that are quick-witted, right? That are very humorous.
Yes.
But to do that with plot and where it's coherent and makes sense, and to be as funny as this movie is, like, you know, this is only the second time that I've seen it. I will not make it, you know, as long as it took to watch it the second time for my third viewing. But man, like the scene where they're going through all the names that they had as a band, like that is such a funny scene, but it's obviously creative too, because there are a lot of bands that change names. And so like that, but that whole riff. And so knowing that they just kind of came up with it, just like the gears going and how he just kept naming them, and oh yeah, and then this happened. And then they changed their name. So then we changed our name. It was just so funny.
And here's the other thing that makes it really work, and the improv is part of it, is this was shot documentary style. The cinematographer was a documentary cinematographer. So that's why you get the handheld camera and all that craziness. But it was also first take. 90% of what's on the screen is first take.
That's incredible.
Even though it's ad-libbed. Wow. And the crazy thing again is this is Rob Reiner's directorial debut. You know, when we think today of Rob Reiner and all the great films that he's done, but what did you think of the fact that this project was his first? Because it's a non-traditional movie. It's not just, you know, scripted and, you know, scenes are, you know, blocked out and everything like that. What do you make of the fact that this was his first, and how he was able to grow from there?
Let me put it this way. In 1984, is that when this thing came out? It was not a Rob Reiner movie, so to speak, right? You knew Rob Reiner. He was Meathead in All in the Family, right? He wasn't. And so you go into the movie and there's him talking, right, as one of the characters, and then you figure out, hey, this guy's also the director. And it was right, and you don't even think anything about it, because it was the first time that I'd seen him as a director, right? That thought comes, okay, the guy who made Spinal Tap is the guy who made When Harry Met Sally, is the guy who made, right, all of these movies that are The Princess Bride, that are like real.
Stand By Me.
Yeah, so it's interesting to look back, but when I saw the movie, I remembered going, it's Meathead, and he's the director, and he's kind of the star, and then you figure out what it is, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Here, the trick, this is the great Spinal Tap story that some of us have anyway.
Okay.
It was not a hugely distributed film, nor was it a hit when it was in the theaters. Okay, that number. But when it came out here, it did not open in Lincoln. It opened on exactly one screen that I know of in Omaha. There used to be, before they built all the 16 and 20 plexes, there used to be a little 3-screen theater in Millard. it opened at this theater in Millard.
Wow.
And so I drove up there on the Saturday, the day after it opened, and we went to like a 3:30 movie, something like that, 5:30 maybe. And there were all of 10 people in there. There were the 3 of us who got it, and then there were the 7 who thought this is a real movie. Right?
Ken, obviously, you know, the most famous, well, I guess I'll ask you, is the most famous scene in this movie is this one goes to 11, right? Like that's kind
of one of them for sure.
That scene gets me every time, but there is something about, you know, because the whole movie is kind of building to the album, of course, is going to come out, and the cover is too risque, and they have that great conversation about it and like what's on it and everything.
Smell the glove.
But when they finally do it and it's black, and I just love the delivery of how much more black can it be, and the answer is none more black, and it just, oh my gosh, that. And Kent has it for those listening right now. Kent has the Black Album now. Smell the glove.
It's
oh my gosh,
it's just in there.
That is so good. That line just absolutely murdered me the first time, and it murdered me again when I watched it.
Okay, so here's the funny thing. Again, I had never seen this before, and of course, I am familiar with, you know, the idea of turning it up to 11. So when the scene happens, and as soon as I see the 11, it's like, oh, okay, you know, they're having fun with the idea of turning it up to 11. Then it was after I watched the movie, when I looked it up, that's where the phrase comes from. So I thought it was funny initially that they were making fun of this idea of turning it up to 11. And then I realized they created it. And of course, the argument of, why don't you just make 10 the loudest?
But these go to 11.
Nigel, is Chris Guest not brilliant as playing this dumb guy, man?
He is. He's absolutely stupid.
I like how he takes the guy through the guitars and he pointed out one of them that wasn't even used and just said, don't point at it. Don't even touch it.
Don't even point at it.
It's that great.
You know, the other thing, Kent, that I think is really funny too is, you know, in that era, and you can speak to this better than any of us, the way that music evolved, you know, it was just so different. Like the Beatles, right? Like the story that their own, you know, 10-year run can tell is quite interesting. But I like the idea of this band just constantly chasing after everything that people are doing. And so all the flashbacks, it's like the way in which the band changes and evolves over the course of the entire movie, because they're trying to do whatever is popular and in at that moment in time.
And failing every time.
And failing every single time. And then, of course, I mean, the drummer, like that was like the drummer stuff was so funny. I forgot about that joke.
Some of that stuff, like, obviously the people didn't die, but there were like several of the English metal bands early on that had 6 different drummers, right?
Right.
You know, so they took real stuff. Okay, where they can't find their way through the backstage to get to the stage, that's actually taken from a Tom Petty music video.
Okay.
Right? But that's the experience. Every band will tell you they've had that. And every band has Spinal Tap experiences. Every band that's played any place of any size where you have to find your way to the stage has had that happen to them. I mean, Eric Clapton famously said he thought it was about them.
Right. I mean, there were some people that thought exactly. And this kind of, you know, the movie Major League, a lot. It's a very popular film among baseball players because it kind of hit. And this is the same thing for rock bands or musicians because of, you know, just some of the things that take place behind the scenes, you know, with music reps and whatnot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like the authenticity, so to speak, it even extends to those guitars that were in that scene, come from Norman's Rare Guitars, which is this classic place in Ventura. I think it's in Ventura. Anyway, it's in the valley in California. I've been there.
Right.
And that's where all the musicians go, and a lot of the, guitar players you'd think of in that area go to get their guitars, right? So it's like, so those were like classic Norm's guitars that were probably worth $10,000 each then, and now are worth $100,000 or whatever. Yeah. But so you had that. Steven Tyler was really upset with the movie because Aerosmith had just done its big downhill slide.
Yep.
84, but one of their records was Stonehenge.
So they were going directly after Steven Tyler.
Steven Tyler thought they were going after him.
Right.
Oh man.
Well, that's
going after anybody, but that'll tell you how close this hits home and how well the satire works, right?
that whole thing,
that whole bit when he's drawn, because so the idea is they're doing the Stonehenge and they want the big set prop on stage. So it's supposed to be this giant, anyone knows Stonehenge, this giant, Stonehenge monument. And so as he's drawing out this stuff on a napkin,
inches,
instead of using the 1 hash mark for feet, it's double hash mark for inches. And so they bring in the prop, and it's like, oh, so this is the model. Oh, this is the good. No, this is the prop. And so they have these trolls or whatever, these little people dancing around this 18-inch monument.
And then I like it when the band starts noticing it. That was the best part. It's like, what in the world? That, and then Kent, the other onstage moment
was almost trampled by a dwarf.
The other onstage moment that I'm thinking about today and laughing at again is the guitar solo scene when he's got the violin and he's doing the violin and what was it? He had another instrument or whatever, and just like, I mean, it just nails rock music so well. All the hilarity that can come from people with egos the size of that.
Oh yeah, and the shell prop that didn't open for
bass player.
Harry Shearer gets
opens up
based on something that actually happened as well, not that exact prop,
right?
Yeah, that something happened to somebody that couldn't get on stage out of the prop until after the stunt was over. So they stole that. So they took a bunch of real stuff, right? And the only plot that they stuck in, they really didn't, I don't think, start this with a big plot. And they had to figure out, okay, we got to have a plot. So the Derek St. Hubbins' girlfriend. And the manager quits and all of that as it goes downhill. She was inserted into the movie so it would have some kind of plot by the end.
Interesting.
Well, and it ends up working out because it's basically like a Yoko Ono situation where, the woman comes in, the girlfriend or the wife or whatever, and there's jealousy and there's resentment, and the band breaks up because of it. The other thing about this too is there's a lot of good cameos in here. Bruno Kirby, I love the bit where he's playing the limo driver and he's trying,
having the conversation.
He's trying to have the conversation.
Yes, I can, if Frank says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fran Drescher is here. I did not. Okay, so Billy Crystal shows up. They're doing this, cocktail party, and there's these mimes for waiters. And I recognize Billy Crystal. I didn't realize that the other one was Dana Carvey.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that either.
And then probably my favorite was Paul Schaefer, of course, David Letterman's band leader, but his name, Artie Fufkin.
And he kept introducing himself, Artie Fufkin, Artie Fufkin, Artie Fufkin, Artie Fufkin.
Oh, it was really good.
Yeah.
I again, it's one of those movies that I never saw because it wasn't in a lot of theaters, and then it wasn't really on like HBO or anything.
No. It became a hit via VHS.
Yeah.
So you kind of had to go search it out rather than it coming to you, like so many movies.
And then it became people figured it out, and it got put on the National Film Registry about 10 years ago as a movie to be preserved. yeah, there's all kinds of. You spoke about the cameos. Also, Sir Dennis Eatonhog is what Patrick McNee, who was the star of the Avengers in the 60s, right? Fran Drescher, who plays, this is kind of a aside that if you're not in the music business, you wouldn't know, but Fran Drescher, the publicist she plays, is almost identical to this woman named Susan Blonde, who just recently retired, and Susan absolutely embraced it. It was great that they like made fun of her in the movie. You know, all these things came together in part because of the Saturday Night Live connection and Second City, right? I mean, because but Christopher Guest and McKean and Harry Shearer were kind of in with those Second City people.
Yeah, they were all part of the show at one point.
And of course, so was Paul Schaefer.
Mm-hmm.
And so all these connections came together. I've talked to Paul Schaefer about being in the movie, and he said it was like, he said he was, I think he said his the entirety of his filming lasted like 3 hours.
Oh wow,
that's crazy.
Because he was just in those two scenes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And they're all improv, first take. You're done, go home. But he said it was hilarious, and of course, everybody knows each other. And y'all know, right, that a week from Friday, not next Friday, but the 12th, the return of Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
Ken, I wanted to ask you about that because most of the time with comedies,
especially this far apart.
And especially this far apart, 41 years, the sequels are not very good. Sequels to comedies, for whatever reason, you know, I have my guesses on why it's so difficult. I think mainly it's because, especially when you get further away, it becomes a nostalgic play where you just want to lean into all the jokes that everybody likes. So what's your hope level on this being good, given that you enjoy the first one so much, but it's also been 41 years and it's a comedy sequel?
I've got faith in the boys. That'll be decent. My big fear is apparently like Elton John and Paul McCartney turn up in the movie and some other, and that's always scary when you hear, oh, these guys are going to come in and play themselves. Okay. But I've got some faith in the boys, and it's great that they're all the major guys are still alive.
Correct.
Because they're
all four of them
in the 80s now. And they're all, you know, the three are a lot, Chris Guest and Michael McKean, Harry Shearer, all alive. So is obviously Rob Reiner. But I assume they're going to bring Fran Drescher back.
He is listed on the cast list, yes.
And the what actress's name just escaped me that played the girlfriend. She's still with us. So my guess is she'll probably be back. And so you're talking about the vast majority of that important cast, so to speak, can come back for this movie 40 years later, that's kind of astounding to me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Paul Schaefer will be back as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to they're going to bring it all back together, and it's coming out in theaters, right? This won't be a
right. Oh, it's actually opening in IMAX before it opens.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, talk about a role reversal. Given where
Spinal Tap on the screen as big as a wall, and so in IMAX, and then for me also being released at the same time is there's a fine line between clever and stupid. You recall that? Mm-hmm. That is the title of the book that the four of them wrote about making of the first one.
Okay.
That comes out on like the 12th of September.
Before we wrap up this review and get to next week's movie, of course, the other thing you watch for in something like this is you listen for the lyrics. I'm going to read some of the lyrics.
Awesome.
To Sex Farm. Working on a sex farm, trying to raise some hard love, getting out my pitchfork, poking your hay, scratching in your hen house, sniffing at your feed bag, slipping out your back door, leaving my spray. Sex farm woman, I'm going to mow you down. Sex farm woman, I'll rake and hoe you down. And it gets worse as you go back to the song. But that was the other thing I found myself doing was I was listening very intently for the lyrics.
Very sexual and very funny.
Yeah.
Oh, they had to have a blast writing those, or
that could have been
art
like Shark Sandwich. You know?
Yeah. All of the albums were so funny.
And then it included one of the reviewers said Shark Sandwich. All right.
Yep.
Okay, that's a takeoff on some really biting, those kind of reviews. A lot of them came out in like Cream magazine, but in other magazines. And I think this one had already come out by the time a Spinal Tap, but it may have been shortly after. There was a band called GTR that was a bunch of the guitar players from the prog rock band. They put out one album. J.D. Considine in Musician Magazine did a 3-word review that may be the greatest record review ever done. The review said GTR, SHT.
Oh, man.
This is Spinal Tap.
I'm happy you picked it. Well, Joey, had you seen it before?
No, I have not seen it until this morning.
What did you think of it?
I thought it was a great movie. I'm into rock music, and I just got back from the Scorpions concert down in Vegas, so it was kind of nice to get back into the rock and roll drama.
Awesome.
It gave me a little flashback to the behind the music documentaries you get for certain rock bands. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of fun. So. Next week, Josh will be out for his birthday, but Michael Severe is pitching in.
For the record, I'm not out for my birthday. I'm out because I'm working. I'm traveling on my birthday.
Yeah, whatever.
But
You're just trying to avoid us after the Cowboys season.
Yeah, I'm not trying
to.
I was going to express my sympathy to the.
Thank you. It'd be nice if Joey did, but instead he wore a Packers hat today. Yeah, I'll be gone. Cowboys will lose by 30. Michael Severe is in, so I said, hey, do you want to pick the movie? Now, this is a movie he has seen before. It's one of his favorites. It is The Martian, which is available on HBO Max.
Oh, I just canceled that.
Oh, well, you got to get it back, Joey. This starring Matt Damon. He gets stranded on Mars.
I might still have it for another few days.
Might have it for another few days. Have you ever seen The Martian, John?
Yes, I have.
All right, perfect. So that will be coming up next week in the movie club.
I believe this is one of those that we reviewed on here right when it came out.
10 years ago.
That's right. We did.
Wow.
We did. Well, we'll see what we re-review it as.
I'll give you my quick take because I've actually just watched this movie recently for some reason again. This is one of the rare movies, Kent, where I like the movie better than the book. I actually think the movie is better than I enjoyed the book, but I think the movie is awesome. It's such a fun ride for a couple hours.
Yeah, I'd never read the book, and I didn't even know it was a book until after I'd watched the movie. I think it's a really good, and given the strictures of the movie, you got a guy stranded on Mars. It really works well.
Yeah,
right?
It does.
But we'll talk about that next week.
Yes.
We will talk about that next week. One more set of lyrics. Working on a sex farm, hosing down your barn door, bothering your livestock. They know what I need.
Oh.
It had to be a blast to be in the room as they're writing all of these lyrics to these songs.
How many songs did they write for this movie?
Oh man.
I mean, if you look up Spinal Tap music, there's a lot of music.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 songs on the album.
Wow. Hey, Kent, we did get a text. I wanted to read this to you real fast before you go. Bruce says, question for Ken as someone who's never seen Spinal Tap. How does it compare to Best in Show?
Okay, perfect question. This was the launching pad for Chris Guest to do those 4 movies. So it's more documentary style than the Best in Show, right? It wants to be a documentary, and it's frankly a little less plotted and a little more chaotic. Best in Show but very similar, and it's Best in Show's really, those Chris Guest mockumentaries are all pretty good.
Yeah, I would say if you like Best in Show, you're going to really like This Is Spinal Tap, and especially if you have any appreciation for the music of that era too, and some of the any behind the scenes stuff. I think you're really going to enjoy Spinal Tap.
Yep, I would agree.
Well, Kent, have a good extended weekend, and we'll be back next week with a normal schedule with a normal Saturday game.
Wow,
a normal. So, are you going to miss the Fine Akron contest?
No, I'll be there. Oh, you'll be gone.
I'm actually going to be back I'm flying back Saturday because Northwestern plays on Friday night, Kent. So I'm helping out BTN with that game, and then I'll be back Saturday, and so I'm actually doing overreaction. And so I'll just pretty much come right to the station
for you, Josh.
Yeah, that'll be another late night for your boy.
Yeah, but it'll be a dull one.
Let's hope so, Kent. I do not want fire and brimstone from anybody that night. No thanks.
Let me suggest you go look at the rankings of the
they're bad
NCAA from or Division I or whatever they call it, from 1 to
136. Yeah, they suck.
Find them in Houston Christian.
Yeah, let's get a running clock in the second half. No injuries.
The only thing that
move
sucks is if Akron scores, it will be their first points of the season.
Oh, no.
So.
Nebraska's defense worse than Wyoming's. You heard it here first.
All right, Kent, we'll see you next week.
See you next week.
Bye, Kent.
Kent Welcome out of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Still to come, we're going to be talking here about the games of the week with Bill Connley. And we will pick our games and predictions, and I believe we'll have a guest expert with his games of the week coming.
Guest expert
with his games of the week.
Interesting.
So
curious what this could be.
That, and we're nearing. Man, this is just flying by, baby. Flying by.
I got a text from somebody asking,
like,
"Hey, how's the show going today?" Just knowing, And I was like, it's kind of moving pretty fast.
It's moving pretty fast.
It's 4:22. It'll be 4:23 before you know it.
16:20 the zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. Visit the website today at krtrelief.com. I got a text earlier about the running back situation at Nebraska, and in particular, one Quentin Ives, and said, hey, why don't give some of that KRT Athletic Muscle Cream to Quentin Ives? Maybe it'll help him get back into the depth chart, moving up. It's helped me out a lot. It could help him out, but it could certainly help you out. Go to the website, krtrelief.com, because right now you can get free shipping on orders over $15. Plus, you can claim 10% off of your order. This stuff has been wonderful for me, designed to help with muscle fatigue, with strains, cramp pain, back pain, and more. And all you got to do is take it, put it on that area that you are struggling with. So for me, it's been, or had been, that hamstring. And I remember feeling pretty good. But of course, I wanted to know, how am I going to feel when I actually get out running again? Felt incredible. Hadn't felt that good in months. And now, 2.5 months later, I'm feeling like I did at the start of the year. Go to the website, like I said, krtrelief.com. Free shipping on orders over $15, and you can get 10% off your order at krtrelief.com.
big games this weekend. Big games.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very often you get a 1 versus 3 game in week 1. Actually, 2 top 10 matchups. 3-week top 10 match?
Yeah. Which one were Clemson LSU? Did you remember that one?
Yeah.
Miami Notre Dame.
That's right, because Miami is number 10.
Uh-huh.
3 top 10 match. I mean, in a mid-October week or an early November week, we'd be, oh man, this is great. But to have it happen in week 1,
it's incredible.
Incredible. We are trying to effort to get with Bill Connley. Apparently, there's some kind of a snafu with the phone.
With our phone, it's being a pain in the keister.
Is it our phone or is it his phone?
Well, he said this happened yesterday.
Yeah,
with,
it happened yesterday with Todd. I had to have him call into the studio with the number.
All right, here,
Bizarre.
Joey, I'm going to give you a different number.
Okay.
Bizarre. Very
Actually,
bizarre.
it might have been an us issue.
What?
Yeah, I might have given him a dead number.
You're bringing you're saying our phones are the problem?
No, I'm saying I was the problem.
Oh, you're the problem.
I gave Joey the wrong number. I have 2 numbers for Bill. I gave him I'm going to go into my thing, and I'm going to delete the old.
Well, while we're trying to effort this, I just saw this come across my desk. We've long wondered, hey, what's it like to hear the replay folks when they go up to the booth to judge a call?
Mm-hmm.
The ACC and ESPN are partnering this season on a groundbreaking collaboration to bring unprecedented transparency to instant replay reviews. For the 2025 season, audiences watching ACC officiated matchups on Friday night on either ESPN or ESPN2 and the ACC Network's primetime Saturday games will hear the real-time discussions amongst the referee and the instant replay official in the stadium.
Interesting.
So they're going to give us a peek behind the curtain as to what they see. This kind of ruins the old job for old Matty Austin, which I'm sure some people after last night, they were all triggered because they thought Matt Austin was crazy on that fumble call. But this is rather interesting. I wonder how this will work.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be watching the ACC.
There you go.
Bill Connley will be watching the ACC.
He'll be watching every
the
conference.
Big Ten versus the SEC.
FCS.
And the ACC versus the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
We were just talking about it before you joined us on the phone here, Bill. By the way, welcome to the Grum. We appreciate you having you back from ESPN.com.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were just talking, though, 3 top 10 games in 1 week. We'd be fawning all over this if this were November. But to get this in week 1 is particularly, I can't remember a week like this in a week 1.
Yeah, and they're nicely distributed. There's only the mid-afternoon window on Saturday where there's plenty going on, but we don't have one of them, and you get one Sunday night. Yeah, it's a good schedule. You got your headliners, you got your stuff to flip to when on commercial breaks, or you got the quad box or whatever. It's going to be a good time.
Bill, you had your preview come out this morning for the week 1 slate, and let's just begin with the game that I think people are most excited for, and that is the 11 a.m. matchup tomorrow between Ohio State and Texas at the Horseshoe. I thought what you wrote about Arch Manning was really interesting, given that there is a small sample size, but as you pointed out, there's a lot to legitimately love about some of his stuff if it could correlate to a full season. What are you most confident in from that small sample size that you think he will be able to do tomorrow? And what is the thing that you are maybe least confident or questioning how it's going to match up with the Buckeyes?
Well, I mean, his physical traits are obvious. We know he's faster than his uncles. We know he's accurate. All the physical tools are, we didn't need too much of a sample. We assumed they were awesome, and then we saw them. So that part, his completion rate was good. Lots of big plays in within the small sample, et cetera. That was all great. I am, the one thing we don't know about him is we don't, he got fooled a little bit, especially in that second game. He torches UTSA, but Louisiana Monroe fooled him a few times. And then, Georgia in these tiny samples later in the year, he got hit a lot. Per drop back, he got hit a lot. And there might still be a case where, as with a lot of young quarterbacks and a lot of SEC quarterbacks this year, they might trust their athleticism a little much and might get them hit quite a bit. So that's going to define, I think, a lot of how the SEC plays out as a whole. And I think Arch is certainly in that batch of QBs that is going to take some contact.
But meanwhile, his counterpart on the other side, Julian Sayin, has even less experience. Yet, as you mentioned in your preview article this morning on ESPN.com, all that talent around him, which is typical for Ohio State, how much do you think that can lift his performance, especially knowing that he has to go against a team with a really salty defense?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a weird game in that, like, these two teams are openly ridiculously talented. Nobody's questioning that, but they also have mostly new offensive lines, mostly new defensive lines. There's just got to be a lot of matchups we don't know anything about. And Sayin, of course, was almost as well talented as Arch, and he just gets to kind of sit back in the shadow here and let the guy on the other sideline take all the spotlight. So it's a really interesting place for him to be. Obviously, who gets pressured the most, we don't really know any of that. But I mean, Sayin just being able to fire off quick sideline passes to Jeremiah Smith certainly feels like maybe a little bit of a life hack in this game. And that's really the one thing. I mean, you got Jeremiah Smith. Texas did a great job of limiting him last year and forcing Carnell Tate and others to beat them. Carnell Tate beat them. Like, he had a great game. And now they got Max Clare, the tight end from the Purdue, that I know everybody's excited about. So they just have a little bit more proven in terms of that receiving core as compared to Texas, and that feels like it might make a difference.
Bill, primetime game tomorrow. Another one of the top 10 games that John mentioned a couple of minutes ago, of course, is the Battle of the Tigers, LSU and Clemson. I've been trying to kind of put my finger all off season on why exactly I am not buying into them like so many people are, and I think you maybe crystallized it for me better than most when you mentioned since Trevor Lawrence left in 2021, Clemson have been averaging 3.5 losses per season. They've had an average SP plus ranking of 18.5. So I kind of know why some people expect them to take a step forward, but are you surprised that people expect them to take that big of a step forward, given that at the end of the season last year, they bookended it with a 2-touchdown loss to Texas, the loss to South Carolina, but also, of course, that Georgia performance, which I just still can't get out of my mind.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. You used to complain about teams getting bowl bumps. They look spectacular in the bowl, and then they'd be preseason like number 6 the next year or something. West Virginia in 2012 was kind of the ultimate example of that, where they weren't really all that awesome, but then they had an awesome bowl, and suddenly they were going to be a national title contender. What was weird about Clemson was they seemed to get that while not looking amazing in a bowl. It was just the strangest thing. Like, they lacked explosiveness all year, even with a couple of amazing freshman receivers or really athletic freshman receivers, and they're trailing by double digits, and they complete with 3 or 4 really nice passes downfield against a really good Texas secondary. Like, it was a good performance there, but they were already losing, and they lost by 14 points. But that little sample, when everybody else, I guess, were in that top, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, whatever, most of those other teams lost their quarterbacks. Suddenly the bird in hand here with Cade Klubnik, suddenly that charged them up the rankings. And, one of the things I've gotten from my SP Plus projections this year is, I mean, there really are 8, 10, 12 teams that really aren't separated by that much. And Clemson's probably one of those teams. So I've felt like a hater all off season, but I'm not saying they stink. They're going to get better. It's just, man, we haven't seen anything in the last 4 years that should make us believe they can win like 3 playoff games against the other, against these other top teams at the end of the year. I think they'll be better, but number 10 is better, and that's not national title contender necessarily.
Bill Connley of ESPN.com. The cool thing about this matchup, even though you have literally mirror images, you have 2 Tigers, 2 teams that play in Death Valley. You have 2 different ways of building a program.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, LSU will go into the portal. Meanwhile, this is kind of a referendum for those people who love, the old school college way of doing things. You should be a Clemson fan because this is what they have. This is what they've built themselves around. They have built themselves to this moment. Whereas for LSU, it's been this constant, hey, when are they going to finally break through? And it almost seems like, I don't know what you think, Bill, but it almost seems like there's no excuses now for LSU because Nussmeier decided to come back.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and they got him some new good receivers. Like that passing game should be good again. Obviously, the run game, it wasn't great last year, and then they lost most of it. So many teams lost most of their offensive lines. It's such a strange year. But it's hard to worry about the offense because Nussmeier, we know, very high floor, if nothing else. They're going to be able to move the ball. And so the story for LSU under Brian Kelly has been defense, which is funny because like the best moments for Notre Dame when Kelly was there was because the defense was good, but the offense was limited. But I mean, I think they did improve last year under Blake Baker in his first year as coordinator. And, if Harold Perkins and Whit Weeks are healthy, if one of the three, I think, defensive end transfers sticks, it sure feels like they're going to have good attacking talent. Whether that's enough to beat a top 10-ish team on the road to start the year, I mean, we'll see. But if nothing else, I'll be pretty disappointed if LSU kind of no-shows like they have a couple times in week one. There's never really been an excuse for how poor they come out of the gate. And with all the expectations and just all the lessons they've learned from previous no-shows, it'll be pretty incredible if they perform really poorly again.
Bill, you mentioned Notre Dame. Let's talk about the third matchup of top 10 teams. And that one, of course, is coming up Sunday night as the Irish, that is, travels to Miami to take on the Hurricanes. The way you described this in your preview today was Notre Dame's floor versus Miami's ceiling. Like, I know what the numbers say. Where do you ultimately come out on what side you like more, given that one team is really good at in terms of that floor, but Miami, I mean, it's hard not to get enticed by what they could be.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you can talk yourself into Miami, just like LSU. Every year we can talk ourselves into them for very obvious reasons. Even if the offense gets a little bit worse, Carson Beck is probably not Cam Ward, but he's good. The offensive line in a year where nobody else has a proven offensive line except for a couple teams, they have a proven offensive line. Ruben Bain Jr. is healthy. He has a little more help up front. The secondary, they just trashed the last one, brought in a new one. You can talk yourself into all that, but I think one of the major takeaways from last year's playoff to me was just how much I trust Notre Dame at this point. Like, they lost so many guys to injuries on the offensive line, on the defensive line, in the secondary. Everywhere you look, they lost stars to injury, and then the next guy just stepped up and was equally good. And so at this point, I mean, I consider them to have one of the highest floors here. We'll see about explosiveness on offense. We'll see about they have a redshirt freshman quarterback as well. Like, maybe that tamps them down a little bit, but we're against a very untrustworthy Miami team. Feels like Notre Dame's extremely trustworthy, if nothing else, and I'd be surprised if they didn't play well.
And then a game, Bill, that would normally be center stage just because of the name value alone, but kind of gets buried in all of the top 10 matchups, is Alabama at Florida State Saturday afternoon. And as you wrote today in your preview article, with the talent and the supporting cast, Ty Simpson just needs to be good. The question is, can he be good?
Right. The only time we ever really saw a sustained sample from him, he was getting sacked like every other play against USF a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of proving himself to do, but it really does feel like, with everything, all these new quarterbacks, all these new starting quarterbacks, few of them have Ryan Williams, and a great offensive line. We know their Alabama offensive line's good. Obviously they've been kind of bitten by the injury bug here and starting running backs out, but I think I like the sophomore, the backup, better anyway. So just feels like if he just goes out there and doesn't take negative plays and doesn't throw the ball to the other team and just kind of takes whatever he's given, the Alabama skill core, the protection he receives, and then what should be a dynamite Alabama defense should take this scrappy underdog Tide team a pretty long way. So really curious about them. And Florida State, obviously, I mean, you're not supposed to be able to do what they did, falling apart to that degree last year. And so I have absolutely no idea what to expect. I guess, with SP Plus, it was just basically throwing a dart and saying, I don't know, top 40-ish. And so we'll see. But feels like Alabama's got a lot to offer here. I'd be surprised if that one was close.
Bill, last one from me, and it's actually a game that has already unfolded. And I know you were at the Missouri game last night, so I don't know if you've had a chance yet to watch the Boise State USF game. But we do this exercise where we preview 25 teams throughout the month of August, and we had their play-by-play guy on recently. And I'm always using your previews to really learn about these teams. And I'll be honest, not having a chance to watch a whole lot, obviously, because John and I were at Arrowhead.
Yeah.
I cannot believe not just that they lost, but that they kind of got smoked. Like, how big of a shock was that result for you, just given what you knew about all the returning players, all the returning talent, even without Genty not on the field anymore this year?
Yeah, it really was just one of the strangest games you could see. I mean, +6 in yardage and -27 in points is a really tough thing to pull off. I think they fumbled 3 times, lost them all. At USF, fumbled a couple times, recovered them both. Like every single bounce went USF's way, and then eventually seemed like the Boise defense, which was playing awesome, stopped playing awesome, just kind of fell apart. Like you could kind of see everybody going, wow, this is not going to happen today, is it? And then things got really bad at the end. I haven't decided what I think it means for either of those teams. Like, I think Boise's still really talented, and I think they're going to be good, but there's a fragility there that we didn't see at all last year. All those games they had to win to make sure they were in a good place. They lost a bunch of offensive linemen, and kept playing well. But I guess when you don't have the best player or second best player in the country anymore, like the other guys need to step up, and nobody did.
Bill, we don't see as much of old Mizzou as we used to, but I'm looking at your picture from last night. Are they replacing the rock pile at Faurot Field?
They have temporarily. They're going to put it back, but apparently to build whatever monstrosity they're putting in behind it in the north end zone, they basically had to take out the hill for a year.
Wow.
So yeah, construction started last November, December, something like that. They're building that big thing up, and then they'll put the hill back in with the M and the big fancy boxes and whatnot behind it. It's the draw. I still can't decide what I think it's going to look like in the end. The drawings were confusing, but it's something. They're spending money. They got the cranes up, and it's going to turn out to be something.
Man, Bill, as someone who grew up, my formative years watching college football were the 90s and were the Big 12 North. Like seeing what has happened with this stadium, obviously with the new Kansas stadium that they just unveiled, and even down in Manhattan at Kansas State. Like it's wild compared to, those stadiums that Nebraska fans used to invade in the early to mid 90s versus today.
Yeah, it is. It's a big money game, and now you have to pay an extra $20 million a year to people you should have been paying all along. So it's kind of it's an interesting time. I don't know where all this money is going to necessarily keep coming from, but we'll find out.
Yeah,
it is a big money game, and for a great primer and explanation on how it got here, check out Bill's book, Forward Progress, which I got a chance to read on the plane a few weeks ago, going to San Francisco. Really fascinating read about how basically we got to this point with realignment and playoff conversations and the money. It's a fantastic read. I strongly suggest you pick it up if you're interested in the behind the scenes of college football. Bill, we appreciate this preview.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill Connley joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. So, Joey, could you bring up the E? I didn't realize you had it down there. No, pot E. You have E up there, right there. This totally ruined the bit.
I did not realize
that. Well, that's all right. It was going to be a deal. Oh, look.
Whoa, what's this?
Oh, there's music playing. Oh, what is this? Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
He's here. Hey, my name is Avery Johnson's dad, and I'm here with the games of the week in college football. You might remember me from last week when I was captured on video fighting my own son next to a puddle of water. Let's take a look at Alabama versus Florida State. Looky here. There's a team that goes to Ireland, and then they lose, and then they come back home to face a mighty foe. But there's one difference between my boys' team and this one. Florida State's quarterback's dad didn't fight his oldest son after the game. That's why the Seminoles went 2-10. They got no fight. Alabama by 24.
Whoa!
Notre Dame is at Miami. I know what you're thinking. Avery Johnson's dad, you're Irish. There's no way you'd pick against your own kind. Well, you'd be wrong, you stupid fool. You see, this game comes down to which head coach is more likely to take their own kin by the back of the neck, drive them to the ground in the parking lot, and bury their face in a puddle of water. And that coach for me is definitely Mario Cristobal. Miami by 6. And finally, me game of the week, Kansas State and North Dakota.
What?
Me boy Avery takes the field in Manhattan against North Dakota. Do you even know what North Dakota's nickname is? Of course you don't. They used to be called the Fighting Sioux. But then some namby-pamby girly men got all bothered. Oh, you can't call them the Fighting Sioux. You might hurt someone's feelings. Well, here in the Johnson family, we got a saying. Go woke or go get your face buried in a puddle of water. K-State by 33. And that's all for this week. My name is Avery Johnson's dad, reminding you that this Labor Day weekend, make sure you turn over the keys to a designated driver. Not so much to avoid drinking and driving, but it makes it easier to stick your fist out the window and smack a hitchhiker in the back of the head. See you next week, Sallies. There he is, Avery Johnson's dad.
Wow, it's so good to hear
man.
from him.
Games of the week.
Oh my gosh. Your ability to do that accent for that long was spectacular.
It's kind of hard on the throat.
Yeah, you're going to go home and lose your voice.
I probably should have done this after One Beer Friday.
You know, I just realized
Hmm.
not on the video stream. I did not have the buttons on for that.
What? Oh, the music?
The music.
Oh, hey, they heard the voice, though.
At least they did.
Yeah, they heard the voice.
What do you mean you didn't play me music? We'll be back. One Beer Friday. And content
Yeah,
and prediction.
lots of stuff.
1620 the zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
We probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink? Next week.
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, there was one beer.
Friday.
Apparently not enough of you were drinking Cornhusker Crusher because remember, every time you drink Cornhusker Crusher, the team plays better.
Yeah.
You probably were drinking it enough in the late second quarter, but then the fourth quarter you forgot. Well, don't forget next time.
Don't forget. Don't forget.
Cornhusker Crusher from Cross Strain, the official craft brew or craft beer of the Huskers. We talked to Doug from Cross Strain yesterday, because we had to deliver, some of his
Not to
product.
brag, but
Not to brag.
we helped out.
Not to brag. We were courting beer across state lines.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting closer. Not there yet, but it's getting closer to where they're going to be able to get more of the stuff out into stores. Now you can buy the canned stuff at the two Cross Strain sites here in Omaha.
Yep, the one down by the ballpark and then the one off of Portal Road.
Right. So that's where you can get, if you want to get the Herbie cans like we have here, that's where you can find them. Eventually it will get out into other stores. He was telling us there's a store out in I think it was either North Platte or Kearney that wanted 100 cases.
Yeah. He's like,
I
thank
can't
you,
do it yet.
but
I
not
can't do it yet. But because they're prioritizing getting it ready for the stadium. But Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft brew of the Huskers, and of course Cross Strain, soon to be the sponsor of One Beer Friday, and that's what we are today. And what better? All good things going. Forget about how it looked. Forget about how close it was. Forget about it if you lost your shirt because you took the Huskers -6.5. The fact is they won. So now you can go into the whole rest of the weekend.
You're good.
Just enjoying the rest of the football, knowing that you've already got a win in the bag, and it's a long weekend.
Nothing like a win in your back pocket. We don't have to be stressed. You got games tonight. You got multiple games tonight. You got a game that's starting in like 3 minutes.
Josh's decision to turn it to CBS Sports Network 3 hours ago has finally paid off.
Because I didn't have to remember to turn the channel to CBS Sports Network.
I wouldn't have to remind Josh to change the channel.
Bingo. Thank you.
Let me tell you sicko behavior. CBS Sports Network just did an hour-long pregame for the Army versus Tarleton State game.
It's
Salute
good.
to the military.
Yeah, well, we did like a 12, 13-hour preview of yesterday's Nebraska-Cincinnati game.
I mean, there you go.
Are we much worse or better than there?
We're big sickos.
Yeah, so, you got that. And then
Not
you
as
got
much as me, though.
Then you got all the top 10 games coming up, and it finishes on Labor Day night with Bill Belichick's first college game. So we have a lot of fun coming up. By the way, you mentioned Husker fans weren't having this in the fourth quarter. 402 texter writes in, fourth quarter, we needed coffee, fellas. Yeah, that's a great point. I had 2 night coffees myself last night.
Did they run out of coffee?
They did, but then the next time I checked, they had it again. So I was able to get a cup. I don't think it helped. I was exhausted, so it did not help me at all. At all.
Oh, I mean, I was fine during the show.
I just wanted a little more energy. It just didn't bring my energy stayed the same, which I was fine, but I wanted a little bit more.
That's all right. There was 4 of us there.
There were.
And then we turned it over to McMaster for the last
and his
half hour.
beans. Did you were listening? You heard him talking about how he was eating beans for some reason.
I didn't remember him talking about that.
Yeah, when we got there, there was
any of that.
There's this plate of beans.
Oh, was this when you guys got back from Big Red over? I think there was a mention when Prudon and Gary showed up.
Yes,
at the very end.
What are those?
When we were trying to get
he said, I was
Matt
hungry.
to wrap things up.
Yes, come on, Matt, just end the show.
He just kept dragging this along.
Now
let's get another call.
I'll give our little boy credit.
Yeah,
he was. We were worried that he was going to make a mess of things.
No,
he didn't. Of course, he did famously lose his keys, and that was that was quite the ordeal. But so we get back, and he's finishing up, and he's got this plate of beans in front of him, and then he just leaves them in the sink. And then when I got up this morning, they were still laying there on the plate in the sink.
Just open container in the sink.
No, just the beans
on the plate. So they were probably all crusted there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Matt, come on, man.
You dispose of the beans and then you clean up.
That would be the adult thing.
I mean, I'm sure they did before they left because, we wanted to leave the house better than we found.
I'm a believer in soaking dishes overnight. If you're not going to clean it, just soak it. It's going to make it easier. Severe texts in. We hit Taco Bell on the way back to the hotel, crushed a Mexican pizza, celebrating the unders. Michael famously picked the under yesterday, and he had Cincinnati covering. People were very critical of Michael. When he filled in for you sometime in August, he was like, I think this is going to be a close game. It's going to be a 3-point game. There are a lot of people calling Michael a hater. What does Michael know? Nebraska's going to kill him, blah, blah, blah. Michael ended up being right, and he got to get Taco Bell because of it. That's a bummer of a meal.
No, he had to get the Taco Bell because he misfired on the whole, there's no way Cincinnati will run for 150 yards.
Yeah, well,
that's why he had to settle for the Taco Bell.
Lost his shirt on that one. Won his shirt on
of course,
he
didn't have a bet on that. He had a bet on
stuff. Yeah,
he had a bet on the game. But yeah, it was pretty obvious from the start that the unders were going to hit.
Mm-hmm.
There was no way unless something just completely out of bounds and bizarre were to happen.
Yeah,
the unders were a safe bet.
Yeah. Very safe. Very safe.
So here we go. Nebraska's 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
And they will have a couple extra days, mainly to get healed up. And by the way, no word yet on the injuries that were sustained in the game, most notably, of course, the injury to Janiron Bonner. We always say, never want to speculate, but I would be surprised if we don't hear something not positive about Bonner because the hit that he took on that leg,
ouch,
it did not look good.
Yeah, it did not. I'd be surprised if there was something positive that was going to come out of the announcement. Whenever we get that, my guess is that will be on Monday at the press conference.
Yeah,
from Matt Rule.
So now, where do we go? What do we do?
Well, we count down to that game. No, it's honestly, it is a
countdown to the next game.
It is. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. By the way, Rattlesnake Ron, get that audio of Josh saying, "I'm a fan of soaking." No, now we try to pick up the pieces, unpack things a little bit more. We've all been driving back to Omaha, and so we haven't had a chance to do a full rewatch. Though it wouldn't surprise me if Michael was doing it in his car like he always does. I rewatched highlights today. ESPN had like a 16-minute video, which was nice. So I got to see all the important plays to kind of help remember, given the game was so late, and just a nice refresher about what unfolded last night. But now, I mean, going back, John, I thought the segment we did a little bit earlier, what was it, Firm or Soft?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that, by the way, that could have been an album name maybe from Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
But I thought that was good because I think what you want to do coming out of this game, if you are a believer, and I know you very much are, and it's not that I'm not, but I'm okay with having a few definitive statements here and there early on in a season. But if you're a believer like you are, and I don't want to overreact, it's a long off season and this is but one game. What the goal then, I think, of this moment in time is to figure out like what is real and what is not. I loved how Sipple put it towards the end of his column today. He said, bottom line, Nebraska closed out a win. It actually won a close game. It's been a bugaboo, a biting bugaboo. The fact the Huskers bit back this time is a step forward, but Husker fans may have expected more than what they saw from Rule's third NU team. And that is the thing that, 15, 16, 17, however many hours later we are now, that I think is the story of the night from the broad perspective. It was not what people either hoped or expected to see. You know, I got a text from somebody during the game, and my response to them was, it just looks the same. It looks the same as it did last year. Not so much 2 years ago, because that was different. But it looked the same, especially on offense, you know, where it's a lot of the dinking and the dunking to move down the field, where people have a lot of questions, I think, about Dylan Raiola. You know, I think when you close your eyes and you think 5-star, you picture one thing. And we heard when Dylan Raiola was a recruit, man, he's got this arm and he's going to rip it in there and he's going to be like Patrick Mahomes. And like, he looks like Mahomes, he runs like Mahomes, he jumps like Mahomes. But you know what he doesn't do? He does not throw like Mahomes. And by that, sometimes he does the arm angle stuff, but he doesn't just rip that ball in there very often. He doesn't go deep very often. And I think it's kind of bumming people out because it's not what they were hoping for. On the other hand, John, we've talked a lot over the years about how a team can look one way in August or early September and look much different in October and November. And that's what you should want and hope for, of course, is that, forget about next week and 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that it's a better version of Nebraska. 4 weeks, it's a better version of Nebraska. And I very much think that it can be. But I'd be honest I'd be lying if I said, yeah, the offense, that's what I expected. I thought the offense was going to be able to move the ball a little bit more. I thought the wide receivers were going to be able to maybe go downfield a little bit more. And we just really didn't see that happen.
I mean, a lot of this was by design because the 3-deep shell that Cincinnati had employed, and that's kind of their MO. It made it a little more difficult. You had to take the throws they were willing to give you. But the other part of it too is this is now part of the trend. This is now part of the DNA of the Dana Holgorsen Nebraska offense. If you look back now, this is the 5th game with Holgorsen as the offensive coordinator. In 3 of the 5 games, the yards per attempt have been under 6. Last night, it was 5-7. Against Iowa, it was 5-9. Against USC, it was 5 flat. Only the Wisconsin and Boston College games, it was over 7. And how much did we hear during the offseason? Man, he's got to be willing to take the throws that are there, take the throws that are there. And you wonder how much of that has been drilled into his head so much that, maybe it was a concerted effort. Hey, don't let it rip down the field. I will say this, however. I thought the drive that Nebraska had, I know it didn't result in points, but it changed the field position and essentially made Cincinnati drive the length of the field at the end of the game. But they started that drive after Cincinnati pulled within 3 with 3 long throws to the sideline, right? Little out patterns to the sideline, but throws that he had to make that were at least 20, 25 yards in the air.
Across the field, yeah.
3 straight and completed them on time, on target, and got that, basically pushed them from,
backed up,
from being back at the 20-yard line out to near midfield. And while that drive did not result in points, and Cincinnati did flip the field. So I thought that was encouraging to see the confidence that, hey, we've got to put this game on Dylan's back, and he has to go out there and do it. And they did.
Yeah.
And even though it didn't finish with points or finish the game, it did flip the field.
Yeah. By the way, Severe, an excellent point. Mahomes, 6.8 yards per attempt in 2024, bottom 4 in the NFL. He is Mahomes. And you know what? That's fair. I'm still sometimes in 2018, 2019, 2020 Mahomes, but it's a great point. Now, Doc writes in, and Doc, I would say, of all of our listeners, has been one of the more pessimistic ones, among others, but certainly one of the more outspoken pessimistic fans. He says it's the fact, in terms of why the reaction maybe today, it's the fact that fans aren't seeing what they were told we were supposed to see. I honestly didn't believe it, but that's why I don't believe whatever the coaching staff says, because it's just words. What's bumming people out is we're supposed to just believe, and we're forced to believe in what we're told by this coaching staff and not believe what we see with our eyes. This is not an 8 or 9 win team, but yet we're going to be forced to believe that they are when they are clearly not.
Well, no one's going to force you to believe it. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it.
For sure.
No one's going to force you to it. Okay? You don't have to be forced into anything. To me, and I know a lot of the mantra after the game was, well, these are the games we didn't used to win, and now we won it. But here is still another lingering problem, and that is Nebraska's inability to close out games. We talk so much about winning one-score games. You know how one way is you can avoid losing one-score games? It's by winning 2 and 3 and 4 score games.
Don't put yourself in a position
where you're not put in that position. Early third quarter, it felt like, oh man, if they don't do something here, you're just kind of letting them linger around and linger around and linger around. And I know that there is this kind of NFL mentality, where you get the lead and you just try to suffocate the other team. But sometimes you got to be willing to put your foot on another team's neck,
and they tried
and end the game. And that's why I didn't have a problem with the fourth down call.
Going for fourth down, yeah.
Did not have a problem with it at all. I know some, hey, you got Archie, you can pin him deep. Yes, but in that moment,
you can't say you want them to dominate and win games running away and then be like, but why'd you go for it on fourth down?
In that moment, Cincinnati had basically had one drive up until that point.
And that was their second drive, and that still only resulted in a field goal. The defense had been playing at a very high level. And maybe it's just classic Nebraska that, they didn't get it. And of course, they were going to be able to go down and get some points. But yeah, I've thought about that a lot over the last, night into this morning. Did they make the right decision there? And you're correct. They wanted to end the game. They wanted to go up by multiple scores. They wanted to go up by 2 scores. They already were. They wanted to go by 3 scores.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to go up 20-3, and really just kind of suck the life out of them and allow for their crowd to get into it even more. And they didn't. And then the game got close, as it always does.
For the naysayers, here's what Cincinnati had done on its previous 4 drives to that going forward on downs. They had 11 plays for 17 yards in 4 drives.
They had
11 plays for 17 yards.
And there was a turnover in there, obviously, the one at the end of the first half that completely changed the game.
And by the way, that's modern football now. The idea of punting on 4th and short, unless you're backed up in your own end, is now considered passe.
Well, especially given that they were across midfield,
Yes.
They wanted to end the game. And at that point in time, that is kind of this nice dividing line in the game. The offense had been moving the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They had been, they finished the first half with some scoring drives. First couple of them only ended in field goals, but then they got the short field and they were able to punch it in. But they had been moving the ball. And that drive up until that point, they had again been moving the football. I do view that as a coach believing in his team, wanting to will them to believe in themselves, whatever it is. And look, I'll say this, and this might be participation trophy for some, but I do tip my cap and I do applaud them for winning one of these games. If you've been so frustrated that oh man, why can't they win it? And then they do, even though it doesn't look pretty. That's why I'll disagree. Even though I have been in the 7-5 camp, I will disagree when someone like Doc says this, it's not an 8 or a 9 win team. Last year, if they're able to do this, it is an 8 or a 9 win team. If they're able to do it, now they have to do it over the course of 12 games. But the best part is outside of Michigan, which is still a few games away, there is a nice runway to continue to tinker and to continue to learn. The questions that I have, though, it's a lot. It's kind of it's more like the depth. It's the running back room. For example, that is the, I don't know if that's my biggest concern right now, but I am concerned as someone who believes in Emmett Johnson and, for the most part, I liked what I saw from him. I didn't love what I saw from him last night. It's just scary given how many touches he had. He had a lot of touches, and you really hope that they're able to keep those numbers down over the course of the next couple of weeks.
If that's not your biggest concern, what is?
That's a good question. I think it would honestly, to this point, it would just be, I think it would be Dylan. My eyes.
He is your biggest concern.
Yeah, and I guess just then the offense, which I just didn't want to go so broad. I wanted to go a bit more granular. But we went through some of the drive charts earlier. It is a little like pulling teeth with them having to move the ball, where that drive that they had that finished in the touchdown last night, I think it was 2 third down conversions and then a 4th.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cincinnati just went right down the field. So I guess in a different way, let me try to say it differently. the lack of big plays, that was an issue last year.
Yeah.
And, only one game, so let's see what happens. But that is a concern. Like Baymont says, the run defense. And I don't feel...
That's my biggest concern.
I don't feel as down on that today, but maybe I'm being willfully, ignorant here. Mainly because of the drive charts that you just mentioned, where X number of drives prior to that, they had done a really good job. It wasn't perfect, but I don't know. They were fine, and then they were not fine over the course of the
Well, and we had the graphic.
Michigan could be tough.
If we weren't driving back, I would have looked this up. But we had the graphic from the analytics breakdown from that blogger in Oregon about Nebraska, and it showed
Addicted to Quack.
Addicted to Quack. Thank you. And it showed defensively how things got progressively worse from the first to the fourth quarter. That was last night.
Yeah.
I mean, they gained, what did I say last night on overreaction? So they ended up with...
Come on, rushing yards?
Just total yards.
It was like 209 or something?
They ended up with 271 total yards. And they gained over 100. It was like 130 of that, I think.
On those two drives?
In the fourth quarter.
Wow.
Yes, their last two drives went 75 and 58. So they had 133.
And that 58-yard drive is the one that ends in the pick, right?
Yeah. And remember, when they go down by 10 with like 9-ish minutes to go, it wasn't wing the ball down the field. It was nine plays with 6 runs.
Yeah.
And so the defensive pattern last night was similar to the pattern that was pointed out in that article, is as the game wore on, the run defense and the defense in general got worse.
Yeah. I think maybe the one saving grace for me on why it's not my biggest concern yet is that rules defenses have shown a propensity for being pretty good against the run. And so I am definitely willing to give them some grace on game 1 to game 4. And game 4, of course, is Michigan. And Lane says 209 rushing yards. Like, it's a lot of them, but a lot of them did happen late. Now, is that really the best of things that your rush offense is getting good, late in the game? Because it means you're probably figuring things out and pushing them down. But I'm not. It's not my number one right now. I thought that this year's offense was, and maybe John, maybe it's because I had a lesser expectation for the defense to begin with. And so perhaps I'm allowing that to warp my sense of concerns because I thought the offense was going to look better than it did last night. I predicted 21 points for Cincinnati, so I was in the neighborhood. I predicted 38 for the offense. I was nowhere near the neighborhood. They were nowhere near 38 points last night. It's not like they got down in the red zone and turned it over, had possessions end on down. They had one drive and on a missed fourth down conversion. They otherwise did not turn the ball over.
I'm sure you probably have some leftovers from yesterday. Whatever it is you're drinking, take a pic, send it to us. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. And starting next week, we'll be giving away prizes once again from our good friends at Cross-Strain, makers of Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft beer of the Huskers, and soon to be the official sponsor of One Beer Friday. Coming up next, we have some content.
Lovely.
Including Matt Rule stretching himself out a little bit thinner and a rare shaking of the hands between two rivals.
Avery Johnson's dad and Avery Johnson's brother?
Or is it the one everyone's thinking of, Josh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Joey. Better not involve Micah Parsons, though. That's for damn sure.
Did you see they did break down the contract?
Yeah, I just retweeted
$40 million signing bonus, 62 through the first new year, 100 million through 2, 141 through 3, 120 fully guaranteed at signing.
There's this phrase,
and another 60 million for injury vests a year early.
There is this phrase, and if I knew where Nick kept the damn drops, I would be able to find it for you, because I think that it would be the most appropriate drop that we own, but
thank God I don't have that one.
Can't find it. It frustrates me to know. And why does Nick's other drops? What does that mean? What does Nick's other drops mean?
It needs to be retitled. Just make it so simple so we can find things. Just from an organizational perspective.
Yeah.
It's organized. It's organized, but there's just so many things in there.
It's organized for his brain, not other brains.
I could agree with that.
Well, thank God we're not talking about that.
No, we're not talking about that. But what we are talking about is you could win 2 2025 season passes to Valles. You know, Valles is one of the largest fall attractions in the area. And trust me, I drive by it all the time. I see the people. Imagine being able to go there when you want, and do it on one price. Actually, the price would be free because you could win these 2 2025 season passes and enjoy all the fall family fun that Valles has to offer. Go to 1620thezone.com and enter to win today. Content is next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, man, I look up at the screen and Army threw a pass. I'm like, whoa.
Holy God.
But look at that score. Tarleton State up 3-0 on our Army.
We're already playing a second game before everyone else has played a game.
Yeah, Tarleton State getting after it right now, man. It's only Friday of week 1.
2 games in August.
How about that? They will play more games before Ohio State plays their first. Well, 2 more games. Got to be your bowl. Joey?
Well, Matt Rule is adding another regular media appearance to his growing schedule of wearing out the microphone. Announced today on ESPN, Rule will be a regular Friday guest on the Pat McAfee Show. Now, gentlemen, will this be must-watch programming?
No. I don't think so. Listen, I'm a McAfee. I don't dislike McAfee. I like McAfee. But it's usually a lot of, hey, bro talk, So you're not going to, certainly from a granular Nebraska perspective, you'll get 0 because that's not what they're going to talk about. It's a national show. But by the end of the week, you're like, what more can he possibly say? Right?
Well, hopefully nothing as controversial as Aaron Rodgers has said over the years on McAfee.
Oh, is Matt replacing Aaron?
No, he's replacing probably Ryan Day because I know McAfee's got some little issues with Ryan Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said some stuff about Ryan Day on his show.
Rats, do I have to handshake meme with McAfee about Ryan Day?
Oh, I like
I thought I saw something a couple days ago.
Must watch? Absolutely not. It ain't my cup of tea. I can't believe he's doing another weekly thing. The guy loves podcasts. I
think he's doing it all to justify that new microphone setup they have in his office.
Hey, I bought a new microphone recently. I understand that, Matt Rule. I would say
Are you sure? I can do your commercial for you. Would you like me to narrate your grocery store playlist? I can do that too.
Matt, you should go on with Jack Mitchell on KLIN.
Whoa. Why not the Grum?
Well,
Why
yeah,
not
the Grum.
us?
We'd be more fun. But Jack wants him on really, really badly.
And we don't?
Well, they're the official home of the Huskers in Lincoln.
And we're the official home of Big Red Overreaction.
That's a great point.
Such
All right,
an
come on our
important
show. Come on our show.
All right, guys, we'll have this on predictions later. The line for Texas, Ohio State has been moving around all week long, and now the Longhorns are 1.5-point favorites. The Buckeyes have not been a home underdog since 2018 against Michigan and have been favored by less than 3 points at Ohio Stadium, only once since 2012. What the hell is going on here?
What a great question from you, Joey. This line, oh my gosh, since the line is now back to Ohio State -1.5.
Well,
This
okay.
thing is ping-ponging all over the place.
So Bet365 has Ohio State by 1. So too does BetMGM. But DraftKings has Texas by 1.5. Caesars has Ohio State by 1 point. BetESPN has Ohio State by 1.5. And Bally's has it as a pick'em.
Wow, this is wild. I mean,
what we're basically talking, it's a money line pick right now.
Yeah. And why is it moving around? I don't think there's any injury news or anything crazy going on. There's just a lot of big money bets are coming in, obviously, on both sides. That's wild, though. I can't remember something like this happening before. When we wrote out the questions early this morning, Ohio State was 1.5-point favorite. At lunchtime, Texas was, and now it's back to Ohio State.
Well, guys, tomorrow, Lee Corso's final college game day appearance is happening, and Fox is going to simulcast his last headgear selection. So how significant is this?
So, yes, Fox's pregame show is going to simulcast the headgear pick. Now, I think they're just taking it off the big screen at Ohio Stadium. They're not actually airing ESPN's content, but...
Oh, really? Simulcast means they'll air ESPN's content.
Well, I don't know exactly, but they're going to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
They're going to acknowledge it. And quite honestly, it's a pretty cool move.
It's
for a guy who is synonymous with college football.
Yeah, there have been a lot of retrospectives about him in recent days, and sadly, he dealt with that stroke in 2009. And I know you and I have talked about it from time to time of like, is it fair to put him on TV? Should they be putting him on TV? And I stopped watching the show. Now I wouldn't say it was mainly because of him. Life changes. I also don't like Desmond Howard. But it was uncomfortable at times. And I think I, though, grew to appreciate, certainly, and I'm not a huge Kirk fan, but the relationship that they have where, you know, the idea, John, of the parents take care of the kid and then eventually the kid takes care of the parent, I think that is very much in play here. So for them to do that, because, like, a war has been developing between these two pregame shows, and that's why Portnoy is going to be on Big Noon moving forward. So for them to do this, I think is pretty unique, pretty special, pretty cool.
It's pretty amazing, too, what the Southwest Airlines did when he was boarding the plane. They honored him with a picture.
Though, honestly, Joey, I was surprised that he was flying Southwest Airlines.
Yeah,
where's his
commercial?
Where's his private
PJ?
plane?
He
Yeah,
deserves a
Kirk
PJ.
Herbstreit gets one.
But anyway, staying with the Lee Corso topics, got any thoughts on what he's meant to this show or just to college football in general?
Well, you know, when I started watching college football, first full season was 1997, and so Nebraska was still great. They would still do Nebraska games from time to time, and you know, as a kid growing up, you always wanted him to pick Nebraska, or you always wanted him to pick the team that you wanted to win the game. The guy was really funny. Like, it's, again, you know, he suffered that stroke in 2009, and the show changed quite a bit after that. But in those years, he used to call football games. He did the Thursday games. It was Tirico and Herbstreit and him, which is
he
crazy.
famously got his car struck by lightning in the parking lot.
So, like, he was an incredible character. Like, he understood the business. Like, John, it's so interesting. The guy was a coach. So you know he's going to be a hardcore X's and O's guy, but he got television. It's about entertainment. You got to get people to stick around, and he always knew that. And so I hope as time passes that I'll remember more of those days than, you know, the later years. Though I did like the time that he yelled F it and threw the Houston helmet.
Yes. He is every bit as important to the game as the Keith Jacksons of the world.
Yeah.
They didn't have the same job, but when you heard that voice or you saw that name, you identified it with that sport. And people forget that in his earlier days, he was a little more controversial. Not controversial in the way of like a Stephen A. Smith, but he would give takes that would get people angry.
Yeah.
Of course, there are still Nebraska fans who don't forgive him for the whole, you know, Nebraska doesn't play on grass. But for him and his role to evolve, where he basically became the godfather of college football and the identifier of college football, it's gonna be a must-watch show tomorrow. And I appreciate everything he has done. I, like you, I also was a little uncomfortable with continuing, and they have lessened his role over the years, which was good. But I think it was not done out of a place of malice. It wasn't done out of a place of, we've got to have Lee on the show or else the show is going to collapse. It was done out of a place of love.
Definitely.
And he deserved that for everything that he has done, for the way he has been an ambassador for the sport. Just as Dick Vitale is to college basketball, Lee Corso is to college football, and he will be missed.
Well, guys, let's stick with college football. We have talked plenty about the big games ahead of this weekend. What under-the-radar games are you most excited to watch?
Actually, it might be tonight, Georgia Tech and Colorado.
That is a really good pick. It's wild that Bill Belichick's college football opener, like, can we consider that under the radar? I mean, in a weekend filled with 3 top 10 matchups, that's one of them. Looking around at the rest of the schedule,
I would say Sunday's Virginia Tech, South Carolina. Just an interesting, sneaky good game to watch.
Yeah,
and it's a little bit of family thing with Shane Beamer going back and playing his dad's old school.
I'll also give you 2 games where the margin of victory, I think, is going to be large, but I want to see the quarterbacks, and that's Iowa with Gronowski against Albany, and then Michigan versus New Mexico with Underwood. Again, I'm not going to be, diving into the tape for the entire time on these, but I just want to see how those 2 quarterbacks look in their first starts with their schools. One a true freshman and one a transfer out of the FCS level.
Go ahead and skip to the next question there, Joey.
Okay, what do we think of Travis Kelce's Bearcats hat from last night?
Oh, Jack Mitchell was roasting this thing.
I'm surprised he was roasting it because it smacks of like
90s,
early 2000s. It's kind of got like a graffiti.
See, but he doesn't like that type of stuff. He doesn't like that look.
Yeah, but this is for a guy who's famously trying to be younger than he is, I figured this would appeal to him.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, is it ugly? Hell yes.
Yeah, it's pretty atrocious.
Is it dumb looking? Hell yes. But it's also perfectly dumb looking for Travis Kelce, who, I mean,
What are you saying
the
about
face
him?
in this picture pretty much says everything you need to know about Travis.
I love the idea that Taylor Swift had to go to the Nebraska-Cincinnati game. Kind of a terrible football game throughout much of the evening.
I did call it, though. She was going to be there.
Yep, she was. Everybody was there.
Oh, guys. So your time at the TikTok house is now but a memory. What will you tell your grandkids about this team in the years to come? And for you, Josh, I guess dogs or whatever you'll have in 40 years.
Great times, great memories with the boys.
Even hearing the news about Mike
No,
Parsons
that is not the
yesterday?
part that I will be telling anybody about. You know, the thing that I will think back to is that we randomly watched the 2014 ALCS wildcard game for an hour. Like, that is insane that we actually did that. But it was a good time. We haven't done anything like this before. Even the College World Series, which is our annual big event, we're never all together. You know, some of you are in the stadium, some of us are not. This was a whole lot of fun, hanging out with the dudes.
And it was just the perfect timing because we didn't quite get to the point where people were ready to kill each other. Though we almost reached that point yesterday at the Whataburger when McMaster, the whole key episode finally ended. And
it was not a key party.
He had a serious pouty face going on yesterday.
He was pretty miserable.
He was miserable.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
All right, coming up next, predictions
Mm-hmm.
on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Is it freaking raining out
It's
there?
raining, John.
God dang it.
I'm trying to walk banks tonight.
Oh man, people are not going to know how to drive tonight, John.
No,
I'm sorry for you.
they don't know how anyway. All right, predictions. Here we go. Big series. The best record in the National League faces the best record in the American League. The Brewers,
Oh, wow.
The Brewers are
Wait,
at
the Blue Jays have the best record in the AL?
Mhm.
When did that happen?
It's
What
kind
about
of
the Tigers?
well, Tigers have been kind of 500-ish
Wow.
since the All-Star break.
You learn something new every day.
Blue Jays have been hot.
All right.
Brewers at Blue Jays. I'm going to have faith that the Blue Jays can do some damage here and help my pathetic baseball team. Toronto, 2-1.
Brewers are fading. Blue Jays sweep.
I got Blue Jays winning 2 out of 3.
Okay, and Nick has the Blue Jays winning 2 out of 3, which means Milwaukee's going to win all 3. Mariners are at the Guardians. Nick is picking a Seattle sweep.
Mariners 2-1. Mariners been struggling.
I got Mariners 2-1. I want to be on Stib's good side.
Wow, interesting. What about my side? My good side, though.
Yeah.
Come on, Joey.
I don't really care.
Wow.
I'm going to take Seattle 2-1. Over under on home runs hit this week by Kyle Schwarber, who yesterday hit 4 home runs. Anyway, over under 1.5.
I thought you were happy to trade him away.
I'm not happy that he's hitting 50 home runs this year.
Yeah, but you were happy to trade him away.
Well, he would have
should have recognized in the moment, like I am.
Would have been a perfect DH.
Yeah, interesting. Under.
I'm going to go over.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with the under.
Nick will take the over. The Southern 500. You know, some people will be.
Southern 500. Is this a football game that I don't know the rivalry name of?
No, it's
Is this a Virginia Tech, South Carolina game?
It's a great NASCAR race. It's the first race in the NASCAR playoffs.
Oh, man, that's cool. Bob, Tim, and Jim. Are those any racers? You have to click the link. Rats. All right, I'll click it. I'll give you some names.
You want to sacrifice the point? You go.
No,
right
I'll
ahead.
give you some
I'll
names.
put Bob, Tim, and Jim on there.
No, I'll find a Bob, a Tim, and a Jim.
I will pick Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, and Chase Elliott. Nick will take Hamlin, Bubba, and Chastain.
I got Hamlin, Blaney, and Reddick.
You know what? I agree with Joey. Those are good picks. You include this crap. You forced me to do this.
I'm under a lot of pressure now.
Yeah.
Listen.
What?
This is predictions.
Yeah.
On to tonight.
Woo, this is an interesting game.
On Big Fox, Auburn is a 1.5 favorite at Baylor.
You know, earlier McMaster said that he loves Baylor in this spot. I will ride with Matt. He better be right. And if he's not, I will yell at him. Give me Baylor plus the points.
I think I'm going to go with Baylor. I don't want to, but I don't really trust Hugh Freeze. Nick's going Auburn, by the way.
Yeah, I could not trust Hugh Freeze going into this season. He's one of those coaches on the hot seat in the SEC. Give me Baylor winning a big home opener to
Tough
start
look
off
for
the season.
For Nick trusting Hugh Freeze.
Because this point spread is all over the damn map, let's just do it as a pick 'em. Texas at Ohio State.
Because, who did Nick pick?
Nick picked Texas.
So it's okay then that if we just do money.
Yes.
So who will win? Man, I've gone back and forth on this all offseason. I'm going to go with the home team, even though I think Texas is better, but I will go with Ohio State. Hope I'm wrong.
Texas, and it won't be like last year's Michigan game, but I think they will be a clear winner in this game.
Ooh, that would be awesome, John. Joey?
OHIO.
Oh.
I got a sister.
I was gonna say Joey
graduated from Ohio State.
Yeah, he's got family involved in this.
Who has more passing yards tomorrow? Will it be Arch Manning or Julian Just Saying?
I will go with Arch.
I got the Manning.
It's a clean sweep.
Whoa, 4 for 4.
Alabama, 2-touchdown favorite at Florida State.
That's a lot of points, but I like Alabama to be a Final Four participant this year. Roll Tide.
Ditto.
I'm going to say Florida State covers slightly.
Okay.
Maybe a backdoor cover.
You'll be the lone wolf. Nick picked Bama. LSU is +4 at Clemson.
I can't trust Brian Kelly.
I can't either, but I mean, I know Clemson's returning a lot, but were they really that good last year? I know they were in the playoff, but they just kind of felt like a field filler to me. I'm going to take LSU and the points.
Really? That stuns me.
And the points. I get 4 points.
You do get 4 points. I am going to go with LSU to cover. I need to see them win one of these games, but I mean, it's just so many points that I feel like I have to take it. But I mean, we talked about with Connley earlier. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I know that they brought back a lot of players, and I know that they recruit well, but I also watched them against the really good teams last year, and they lost those games by double digits, like almost every time. And I'm not buying into South Carolina, so that win's not even that impressive to me either.
Yeah, I said Clemson.
Okay, so you're a lone wolf in Clemson. Okay.
I'm rooting for LSU.
A night game in Clemson, that's going to be tough for LSU to
ACC honk Joey Colbert.
Look at you, Joey.
And I like LSU. It's just I just don't trust Brian Kelly.
That's very fair.
0-3.
0-3 in openers.
Cade Klubnik +25.5 passing yards versus Nussmeier.
You know, Jack asked me for my Heisman pick last week, and I actually went with Nussmeier for this week. Time is a flat circle. I'm going to go with Garrett.
Same here.
I'm going to go with Klubnik.
Again, lone wolfing. As Nick has also taken Nussmeier. Late Saturday night, Utah is a 5.5 point favorite at UCLA. I'm going to take the.
You were going to say Bruins, and now you're second guessing yourself.
You know what? I'll take the Bruins at home.
Okay.
I almost picked the Bruins, but Utah fans are going to show up to the Rose Bowl.
That's because UCLA fans don't.
Yeah, I was going to say Utah's going to win big.
Ooh.
Who does Nick like?
He likes UCLA.
Okay, we'll go 2 versus 2 then, because I am with Joey. I like Utah. I like them to cover. I put this in one of my pick'ems.
To Dame is -2.5 at Miami.
I haven't had to pick this game anywhere yet, and so now I have to. I'm going to go with the Irish. I'm sadly a believer in Marcus Freeman, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, give me the Irish to pull off a road win.
It's going to be a mutter. There's a lot of rain this weekend in Miami.
Yeah.
I'll take the Canes.
Notre Dame's going to win by multiple scores.
Whoa! I get to be the lone one.
I don't trust Miami. They haven't been on top, and they always overrate them going into the season, thinking they're going to be really good, but then they disappoint.
New quarterback in Carson Beck. I certainly think Notre Dame wins the on-field coaching matchup in this game. Marcus Freeman knows the rules, the loopholes. He knows how to manage a football game, when to go for it, when to not. The other guy hands the ball off and they fumble and lose, at the end of games. Notre Dame.
Irish back Jeremiah Love rushing yards over under 79.5. I'm going over.
Same.
I'm going to go over.
Nick will be lone wolfing the under. And then the final game of the weekend, the much anticipated debut of Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Awesome.
As North Carolina hosts TCU. TCU is a 3.5 point favorite at North Carolina.
For the second time in 3 years, TCU plays in a game that a lot of people are watching to see what happens. And for the second time in 3 years, they lose. Give me North Carolina on the money line.
I'm going to take Carolina too.
Well, I'm going to go with the Horned Frogs.
And so too will Nick. And there you go. Predictions for this Friday. It was fun to do all the stuff down in Kansas City, but I'm glad that next week will be now in a pattern where our Mondays will be Mondays and our Wednesdays will be Wednesdays and our Fridays will be Friday.
Yeah, me too.
And with that, we'll wrap up the show with...
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Whatever it is, I'm gonna try to use it to push out this Popeyes filth that is infiltrated.
Oh, you
my
stop it! That was delicious. And tell the folks, in and out, great service. They asked so many questions. Do you want napkins? Do you want hot sauce? Do you want honey? They couldn't have been nicer because they heard my voice. Oh, that's the nice guy.
Nah, the poor woman who was at the drive-thru is obviously on her last days because there is no way once Popeye's management gets a hold of her and they see how pleasant she was that they will allow her to continue to work there. So I'm sorry that this woman will be unemployed soon. I haven't been home in 2 days, so I don't know what's for dinner.
I have no idea. I don't even know. I mean, I assume we have some form of a leftover. We have some form of a something. I have zero guesses. I don't even know. I'm really not that hungry. I'm still kind of full from lunch.
Yeah.
I just want to go to sleep. I'm so tired. I'm so sleepy.
Well, I'm jealous you guys got barbecue down in Kansas City, so I'm just going to go get
some.
some.
We didn't get squat.
Yeah.
Not you guys. Okay.
Yeah, no.
But the other guys, the other losers getting the barbecue.
I mean, when your best meal in Kansas City is the pregame spread at Arrowhead Stadium, that's pretty sad, in my opinion, right?
No. Whataburger.
Oh, that's right. We did yes.
I liked Whataburger.
By the way, Glenn at Whataburger, what a nice man.
That was an awesome human being.
He was so friendly and so polite, and he got into a long conversation. And, of course, Gary was there, so, of course, it was going to turn into a long conversation. But
your words, not mine. But yes, I retweet what you guys just said. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, the Whataburger was good. It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, the fries were awesome. Very much, way better than that crap-ass In-N-Out.
No, you mean that crap-ass Popeyes.
No, those fries were great today.
No, they are not great.
So
you
tasty.
stop.
Dude, they're so good.
They're battered.
Yeah, they're good.
No.
I don't like beer battered fries, but I like Popeye's battered fries.
You only like them because the cult says you have to like
John,
them.
no cult. I just like food.
No cult. Meanwhile, while he was at the drive-thru today, he quickly flashed his badge to the drive-thru window.
The Popeye's badge. So what do you say you're
Look
getting?
at me, I'm a memory card.
Barbecue?
Yeah, I'm going to go pick up some Hog Wild afterwards.
Don't be late. They close at 8.
Yeah, I know. And that's what I'm going to do once this show is done. I'm going to run out of the building, not speed my way through.
Yeah. Drive nice and slow, Joey.
Yeah. I'll be nice to the other drivers in the Omaha Metro, not be a grumpy old man like I always am.
Yeah.
Grumpy old man. What are you, 20?
I'm 26.
Yeah, okay. Settle down. You're younger than Nick.
I just have that vibe.
That old vibe?
Yeah. I do. But I embrace it. I don't care.
You know, as we get ready to wrap up the week, which has been a great week, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's funny I say this with Joey here. I'm worried that I'm going to have to cull my Twitter feed, which I have back now for like a day, and then I'll get banned
Congratulations.
Again. It might be time to unfollow, if not outright block.
Mike Schaefer? God, what
no,
did he
I
do
love
to you?
Mike. Mike doesn't hurt my feelings. He's a Vikings fan.
No, you're gonna
the
block
Packer
me?
fans, I follow them, and they are so happy. They're just happy people today.
Why do you follow Packer fans?
Because they're my friends. They're my friends and coworkers.
Well, you should be happy for your friends that they acquired this great player.
Cowboys are playing against the 3 other NFC North teams, so I will be rooting for the Dallas Cowboys for those 3 occasions.
Yeah, but you get to root for them with a generational player. You know, there's been all sorts of stats the last day that have just made me endlessly sad. Do you know, John, since Micah Parsons got drafted, when he was on the field, the Dallas defense was the number 1 defense in the NFL according to EPA. When he was off the field, they were 31st. I know some people are like, oh, he doesn't get sacks in the playoffs. Those people are idiots.
Well, it's not like Dallas is in the playoffs for very long anyway. Small sample size.
He is a generational superstar. And they just gave him away because the owner's mad. The owner was mad online.
Hey, you got 2 number 1 draft picks.
And an old-ass 30-year-old defensive tackle coming off his worst year as a pro.
But you
Hey,
Golden or
he's
something.
A solid player.
Shut up, Joey. I don't believe a
disrespect Kenny
damn
Clark.
word you are saying
Got
right
a lot
now.
of respect from Kevin
Oh,
Kugler.
man. He's did you read that tweet from Kevin thinking he was being serious, Joey?
He is serious.
No, Kevin is never serious.
Lots of
Kevin has
praise.
never been serious in his entire life, except when he hosted Unsportsmanlike Conduct when it was a better show.
Man, it was a better show.
Oh,
All right,
God.
friends. Well, be careful this weekend. Hopefully the rain will stay away long enough you can get outside and do some fun activities. And just
Fun
enjoy-
activities? No, watch football inside. Stay inside. Football.
You need to get outside and get your vitamin D.
You got to walk the dog.
Wait, is that going back to our new segment?
No, it's not going back to our
okay,
new
my bad.
segment. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening all week.